hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are ya? I am Diana Clary and the Lavender Lady. This is the Open Chat. And with me here today is my co-host, the one, the only, the brilliant, the beautiful Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. How are you, dear?
Oh, I'm all right. I've definitely been worse. How about you?
Oh, a little bit this, a little bit that. I'm still dressed from the gym. I actually got there today a little bit, and hopefully I'm not going to be screaming in pain tomorrow. Let's see what happens. Just trying to work myself up there slowly and try not to overdo it. But you know, we definitely have to do something about getting fit and trim and all that other. It's wasted effort. I know. I know. Oh my word! I'm hearing something. Oh, that's coming
I
from
don't.
outside. Okay.
Oh,
Somebody's on one of those personal four wheelers or whatever the hell they are.
oh, one of those.
Yeah.
Well, for what it's worth, I don't hear it here. So,
Oh, okay. So that's a good thing. Now, if I do start doing the echoing and stuff, please let me know and I'll plug in the headset because I don't have it plugged in right now, obviously. Oh my, oh
oh
my,
no,
oh
right,
my.
right now you are not echoing.
No, 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 no. No, no, echo, echo. Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, apparently this thing about Joe Biden is really old. Actually, it looks like it's from 2019, but
The one you
I
were just
hadn't.
talking about with the hair?
Yeah, Biden said in this video that I only just found today. He goes, by the way, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, Biden said. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight and then watch the hair come back up again. He
Jesus.
concluded his tale by saying, I love kids jumping on my lap. And there was more in there about he learned about roaches or something.
Oh
I don't know.
no,
But
no.
in this video, he's like surrounded by a bunch of black kids, and at one point he puts his arm around one of the little girls, and it's just creepy as hell.
What the hell? We've got this guy, and then we've got the out and out fascist who is as lost in space as that other fascist was at the end of the war when he was just totally strung out on everything. uh, is there any hope for the U.S. anymore? Really, I have to wonder. Are we
I
just?
I really don't know. It just see the weird part is when you're sitting on the outside of it and it feels like you're the only one seeing the Fenords, and you have to ask yourself, am I the crazy one or has everyone else just drunk the Kool-Aid?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
it's like, cause, I mean, I know I've mentioned it before. I'll say it again. The left has a messaging problem. The left has a PR
Oh
problem.
yes,
Like
yes.
if someone had come up to me and asked me, "Hey, what do you think about this Black Lives Matter slogan?" I would have been like, "You were opening yourself up to all lives matter." I
Uh
mean, I
huh.
saw that coming right away before all lives matter was even a thing. I wouldn't have been able to put it in all lives matter terms, but I knew that someone somewhere was going to say, "Oh, you only mention black people. Here's all the people that aren't black that matter." I knew that was coming,
Yes.
right?
I mean, I know
Even
what
if
they're
it wasn't
trying to say, but they're not
even if
saying
it
it very
wasn't going to
well.
be all lives matter, even if it wasn't going to be white lives matter, I knew someone was somewhere was going to go, well, the police are killing Mexicans too. What about Mexican lives? Things that I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
I saw it a mile away, and nobody would listen to me. Nobody. And I'm sitting there going, am I the crazy ass one here? And when I brought it up now, I had a bunch of people saying, well, look, this is a black movement and they're saying what they want to say. And I'm like, okay, but then are the marches just circle jerks, or are they trying to convince people that maybe black lives really do matter? Because if all they're trying to do is have some catharsis for themselves, great, I suppose. But if the idea is to bring about change, you kind of gotta play the game a little,
Yeah.
you know. And as galling as it is to offer a sop to white people whose feelings are hurt by not being included in Black Lives Matter, if you want to give them nowhere to go with the messaging, you kind of gotta say, look, our differences are unremarkable.
Yeah, and the feeling I get is right what you said there near the end is I get the impression that non-black folk, especially white folk, are feeling cornered, and that's one of the reasons they're lashing out against the Black Lives Matter movement. That they really should be on board with it because it's a noble movement. We need this whole thing. The black folk are getting unfairly targeted, but maybe a little bit better PR.
Well, and I mean, have you ever said, look, I want to help, I want to be part of this movement, and basically been told to go home? Because
Uh,
I have.
oh,
Or even if, I mean, rarely, it's happened once, but I've seen it happen with other people. And a lot of it seems to be like, I guess part of it is that they don't want the differences to be made irrelevant. You know, is it? It actually seems a lot like there's a certain amount of we want to be different and separate, but not discriminated against. But that seems to come with a fair amount of, therefore, you don't get to engage in anything that even slightly smells of cultural appropriation.
mm-hmm. And then the other thing is that they'll not necessarily. Okay, when I say they, I mean anybody who's got a movement going here. So please don't jump on me yet. Wait until I
Mm-hmm.
really do put my foot in my mouth, guys. But
Yeah.
whoever's leading a movement like that very often says, "You're not one of us. You don't know what we're going through. We don't want you because of that." And the whole
Yeah.
deal is, well, shouldn't these folks who are not one of you be learning about the sorts of things you go through? Okay, even if the culture didn't want to learn for decades prior, maybe people are starting to want to learn. Why not give them the chance to learn? I don't know. I'm stupid, I
Yeah.
know, I know.
Well, and I mean, like, okay, I guess I get where people are coming from if they say, look, if you change your avatar on like Facebook or wherever you can make custom avatars or emojis or whatever, and if you make yours black, that's just you doing blackface. That's not you showing solidarity. And
Okay,
like,
I
I
get it.
guess I get what they're saying there, but at the same time, you've got people who are saying, look, I want to show solidarity. But it seems like they're being slapped away with their attempt, with no, like, look, we don't want you to help that way, but why don't you try this? There's none of the why don't you try this included. There's no, this is the kind of help that is welcome
Mm-hmm,
included.
mm-hmm.
It's all just don't, like stay out of our business, whitey. And it's like, I mean, I guess I get it if someone's angry, but at the same time, you got people who are desperately saying they want to be on your team. They're saying, look, we may not be able to empathize with your problems, but we want to help with your problems and we want to be on your side. And I imagine that if people like that are told to fuck off, it can create enemies, it can create hurt feelings, it can make people swing completely the other way. I've seen it happen.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Now, what I have seen happen personally is I've been in a discussion out on the street with people and talking about what a trans person may go through. And then over my shoulder, I hear, "Well, you want to know about what problems there are? Go and read this book about this particular minority group." And in other words, no matter who you are, my problem trumps yours.
Hmm.
And that is something else that'll put people off.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I mean, it almost. I wanted to get put off there, so I just shut up and let the conversation go where it went. Um,
Well, the funny thing is, like, if someone, like, if I tried to start a, let's say, lesbian lives matter movement or something similar, um, and some straight person said, "Oh, hey, right on. What can I do to help?" I would say, actually, I'd probably say I don't know. But like I'd say, write your congressperson or do this, that, or the other thing. I wouldn't be telling them to fuck off.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
be
yeah,
telling
yeah.
them like speaking as a member of a minority. If you're not part of the minority, you're not allowed in the movement. No, I'd never do that in a million years.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Because you need
but
the folks from the outside, if you want to call it that. You need the folks who are not part of your demographic. Um,
yeah.
yeah.
So I mean, I guess I just like like it's weird. I guess I both intellectually and emotionally get it and don't get it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Like I guess I can understand, maybe if there's just been too much of the nasty behavior coming off of white people that it can be hard to tell friend from foe. I
There is,
suppose I
yeah, I
can
suppose
understand
there is a good
that.
bit of that. I mean, let's
But
face it, the problem itself is not decades old, it is centuries old. Yeah,
if not more, yes.
yeah.
So, I mean, because let's face it, there were slaves how many thousands of years ago? I mean, even if, well, I mean, like if we discount the parts of the Bible that have been disproved through archaeology, there was still slavery back in those times too.
Well, geez,
And we
which
have
one
we
is
have
it?
extra biblical accounts of that. So
And then you've got the whole how-to book in what is it, Deuteronomy? How to trade in slaves.
I get that far, I don't think. I don't know. I'd have to check.
It's in one of those three really, really, really boring books: Exodus, Deuteronomy, and Numbers. Yeah.
That's the thing with, like, the first time I heard the word Deuteronomy, I honestly thought it was a branch of science, like astronomy and Deuteronomy, and I was wondering what the
Oh,
hell a deuter
okay.
was. Like, because I'd never, I wasn't raised religious. I didn't know what the hell Deuteronomy was. I didn't even know it was a name. The first time I ever heard that word was on an episode of the TV show Mad About You, where Mel Brooks was guest starring. And at one point, he mentions that he doesn't go by his real first name, which is Deuteronomy. And that was the first time I'd ever heard that. And I was like, what? Do you have a brother named Astronomy and a sister named Biology? What? Because honestly, Deuteronomy sounds like a kind of science to me because of the onomy ending. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
so when I first discovered that it was indeed a first name and also a book of the Bible, like my brain was so broken for weeks after that.
I think it literally translates to second name or something like that. You've got the Deutero, and then
Oh,
the onomy at the end, like astronomy, is names of the stars. Because astrology was already taken and screwed up.
well, yeah. But I mean, point being is like, yeah, slavery's been around a long ass time, and I'm against it. I hope everyone else is against it. And if there's a movement to fight it, I would like to be part of that movement. And if my skin tone happens to be not the right shade because it doesn't resemble that of the people who are enslaved, my help is still there and can still be valuable. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, very, very moo. Very moo. Wait a minute, what do we have happening here? Um, oh no!
Although at least two of those are not American superheroes, though, at least two. Well, okay, I take that back. Three, if you count the one that's a supervillain. But like at least two of those, because I see Ronald McDonald and Santa Claus there.
Yeah, those are.
one kneeling down by
Word.
Captain America might be Robin or it might be Martian Manhunter. I don't recognize that one off the top of my head down there.
Oh my. I
I want to say Martian Manhunter, except Martian Manhunter has something on his head.
did Green Lantern have any red in the
Oh, no,
uniform,
I'm
or was it all
totally wrong.
green?
Completely off on Martian Manhunter. I had the colors right, but he doesn't look a thing like that.
Okay, then, and then, well, you've got that whole Captain America attempt over there too, right over his head. Oh
Yeah,
man. Oh my, oh my.
that
I'll leave
film.
it to the Bulgarians, I tell you.
Thing is, isn't Wolverine Marvel, and then you've got Superman and the Joker, who are clearly DC, and so is Captain America. Come to think of it,
Right.
this is just mishmash of companies and even genres at this point. I have no idea who that like green, red, and yellow pinstriping dude is supposed to be. Not a
No
clue.
idea, really. Right. Um,
Maybe
ouch.
someone in the audience knows.
Yeah, if you guys know, please let us in on it, because I'll tell you, the Bulgarians have a sense of irony that's like absolutely no other.
I'm not sure I agree. I can see Americans doing this too. I mean, also, haven't Canadians been turning one of the people on one of their bits of money into Spock? Have you heard about
Oh,
that?
yes. I had forgotten all about that until you had mentioned it, and I'm trying to remember who it is. But yes, yeah,
Uh,
they'd been sharpieing in, doing a Donald Trump Sharpie thing with turning, yeah.
it's their $5 bills. It says here Sir Wilfrid Laurier, I guess. Their seventh prime minister has been getting spocked. Oh, is that what? I'd never actually seen the actual picture of the guy. So I didn't know what he looked like when he was being spocked, or before he was spocked, rather. But let's present a window. That's what the guy actually looks like.
Okay, then.
And then here is him. And here is him after being spocked.
Yeah, uh
And there's also another version of him being spocked, which is this.
huh.
And then there's also him being snaped.
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh my. That's not that far off from Ruckman. Really, it's not. I'm saying not Rickman. Ruckman is somebody
Oh,
else.
Rick, I thought you were trying to say Ruck like Alan Ruck, and for somehow Moon got
No,
attached to the end.
if I remember correctly, there are three of them. There's Al, who's Al Ruck. Then there's Alan Rickman, who was a friend of Al's, by the way. And then I believe there was a Ruckman out there as well.
So here you go. The United States, you better trek yourself before you wreck yourself. And then they also did the same thing, except Bill Murray.
Oh man.
Lincoln totally got turned into Bill Murray. That's awesome. Oh, wait a minute. Well, okay, this appears to just be pure Photoshop, but someone wrote a yeah, and oh, it gets even worse.
Oh no.
Yeah, and then someone apparently did it to the Queen.
she, she is not
dear,
amused,
dear.
right?
People have been having way too much fun
Oh
with this.
jeez, now there's Mr. T on a 50. Oh god.
Oh dear, it
Oh
gets even
boy.
worse. Yeah. Oh no, you did not do that. Oh dear. Here's what's her face Targaryen, Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones.
Okay.
Oh, oh man, who am I so totally being reminded of? by this guy. Because that reminds me of someone like an actor, really hardcore.
It's it's doing recognition brain things.
Like, I want to say it's the dude like Jeffrey Rush or somebody. Or no, I know who that is. That's Freddy fucking Krueger.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, what the hell's that guy's name? Freddy Krueger actor. Robert Englund. That's it. Okay. Robert Englund, not as Freddy Krueger. Let's see. Okay, well, that's a decent enough picture of him, I suppose. All right, keep your eye on whoever the Canadian dude is, and bam. Huh?
Okay. You got a little something going there. Yeah.
That's very similar, I think.
No,
Bada bam, even better.
oh my. Okay, there you are. Yeah. Now I was also looking at the Canadian person. I was trying to decide whether or not I was seeing a little bit of Brent Spiner in there.
It's mostly just the nose.
Okay.
But I mean, I see what you're getting at, but I don't think it's enough of his face.
Okay.
Oh dear. Who the hell has creepy looking Mother Teresa on their money?
Oh no.
Very small image. Apparently, Calcutta Bank of Hope. I don't know. She looks really creepy in that picture. I'm
Yes.
reminded of somebody, and I couldn't tell you who.
And of course, you have to have a Sacred Heart of Jesus on there.
Oh, okay. It's not just Freddy Krueger, though. That other guy, the Canadian dude that was reminding me of somebody, there was another actor, and I want to say it's like Jeffrey somebody. No, it's not Jeffrey Rush. Oh, why can't I? Why? Oh, who is that guy that I'm thinking of? Oh, Hades. He's been in so many things. He's one of those actors who's been in everything, but you never figure out what his name is. You know the type of people I'm talking about.
Yep.
Oh, and I can picture his face, but for the life of me, I could not tell you from where. Oh, wait a minute, though. I think I know what he might have. No, that wasn't him. That's just someone vaguely similar. There are some like older British actors who honestly could easily have been the same people. Just because they look so damn similar to each other. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it is Jeffrey Palmer that I'm being reminded of. Okay, hold on. No.
Mother Teresa reminds you of Jeffrey Palmer? No.
No. Well, that'd be pretty creepy. But no, it like similar-ish face right there, but it's not the guy. Honestly, I have no idea who the hell I'm thinking of off the top of my head now.
Okay, is it just me, or does it look like somebody kicked his jaw out of place?
It's not just you.
Okay.
Although that's probably just a bad picture because I don't think he normally looks like that.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes I see things strangely, you know.
Okay, I see an alternate history I wish we'd lived in. Although, actually, you know, it would. Oh man, I'm torn on whether this is better. I mean, imagine that as our president.
Oh, geez, we're coming close with this one.
Oh no! Oh my! Now, okay, here's one I really wished we'd had. You aren't recognizing that at all, are you?
No, I'm not.
That's from Tron.
Okay.
How do you not? it's totally with the Trump.
You know me in films.
Yeah, but still. I mean, I'm just saying, Tron. I mean, oh well. Oh no, this is horrible. That's not what was supposed to happen, but okay, never mind. So, yeah, what were we talking about? We were talking about something with regard to protesters and their messaging problems.
Oh,
Well,
many.
I mean, okay, to bring us back full circle,
Okay, dear.
I was like you know the part about the alt-right playbook where it mentioned that a lot of lefties have this blind spot, figuring that people on the right all really want to be left wingers. They just haven't gotten the message yet,
Yeah, we've
you know.
talked about that a couple
And
times. Yeah.
I think that is part of the problem with naming a movement something like Black Lives Matter is people are going to go, well, you know what we meant.
I
And
think
it's
it's
like,
already
yeah,
been
they know what you
done.
meant, but that doesn't help. You know, it doesn't matter what you meant. It doesn't matter if the world understands you. What matters is that the short, quippy slogan that happens to be wrong is what captures people's minds. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like all lives matter is that quippy wrong slogan that gets left wingers to start explaining. And you know, if you're explaining, you're losing.
Yes.
So like I say, that they needed a better message, and it didn't. You know, they didn't. They didn't bring it to me to point out where the flaws were. You know, they didn't bring it to the Phil in the room who sees what's going wrong and trying to get everyone's attention to say, guys, and they should have said, "Shut up, Phil."
I don't know. You could very easily, well, I don't know about very easily, but boy, you could definitely do a good job of making a living out of being Phil, as long as somebody wanted to hire you to be Phil. But of course, then they'd be ignoring you the way they ignore Phil, so it wouldn't work out
Yeah.
anyway.
But I mean, that's the thing is like, well, have you ever been in a conversation, usually with a theist, where you'll say something like, look, this is factually incorrect. And they'll say, okay, but what is correct? And if you say, I don't know, they say, fine, I'm going back to the wrong answer because at least it's an answer.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
you
Well,
have been in that conversation before. And the thing is that is part of the problem with why fills exist in the first place is like if you can poke a hole in a problem, people don't want to hear it unless you can patch the hole.
yeah.
And it's like, well, but if I can't patch the hole, there's still a hole. There's still a problem.
I don't know. Mama Atheist has me blushing over here. She says, doesn't
Okay.
Diana look gorgeous today? I'm terribly jealous of her hair. I don't know. Thank you, dear. Moo. Oh my, oh my. Yeah, it's everything's upside down and backwards. But as far as upside down and backwards goes, yesterday I had seen in the Independent that there were some rumors that the jackass in chief was considering not running in 2020, was considering dropping out, and that was what the title was here for this little talk. Now, since I have heard that there's a news report, news outlet, unnamed, whoever it was, did not name the outlet. You terrible people, name your sources. That said this was all fake news. But I was thinking, wait a minute. If he's thinking if he's really thinking about dropping out of the race, if he's really thinking about not running, is he thinking of fleeing the country while he's still president?
Well,
Um,
that's what I was thinking when you, because I mean, I've been seeing this too, and
mhm.
I don't think you would ever willingly drop out, ever.
Right.
Because partly because he loves the power, but partly because he knows he would be in such hot fucking water if he
Yes.
left office without some sort of immunity,
Yeah, I
right?
mean,
Without
multiple attorneys
indemnity.
general have a target painted on him.
But what I have seen are people saying that the GOP might force him out, that they might, no joke, primary him.
That would be kind of interesting. It really would. Um, that would, okay, signal to me that maybe somebody got a little bit of a spine. But then again, the reasons they'd be primarying him, you know, it certainly wouldn't be altruistic. It certainly wouldn't be for the good of the country. It would, of course, be for the good of the party. But I don't know. It would be a start.
Well, I'm not even sure how any of that would work because we are approaching November,
Yes, we are.
you know? And
Yeah,
if
it's
all of a sudden
July in a
Trump
few
drops
hours.
out, what the hell happens? Do they like hurriedly have people vote? Does the GOP like the establishment just pick a candidate regardless of the voters? I mean, what happens?
Well, there have been a couple of names in a couple of the primaries. Would they reach for one of those? I mean, you know, these people who got maybe 15 votes in this state or that one, would they reach for this? And they're all guys, by the way, so I can say, would they reach for
Of course
him
they are.
to fill in the spot? But yeah, because if the orange one says no, I'm not running, if he pulls a Lyndon Johnson, um, then yeah, there's been nobody on the lead up.
Yeah, nobody's been campaigning.
Right, right.
I seem to vaguely recall there was one dude like almost a year ago who said, "Hey, I'll primary Trump," and everyone just basically said, "Shut up, Phil."
I know who
So
you're talking about, and I can't remember his name.
his name's not important. The fact is that it happened.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, like, maybe they'd even reach out to that guy and say, "Yeah, we kind of do need you after all." Or maybe they'd be too embarrassed to admit they'd made a mistake when they told him to fuck off. I don't know.
I don't know
Um,
either.
and I've had similar thoughts about like what happens if Trump gets COVID-19 and ends up like dying on a ventilator. What happens if Biden does? You know, I mean, what if either one of them succumbs to old age all of a sudden?
And well, that's
You
something
know,
that's crossed my mind is the orange guy has been walking around without the mask and everything, and he's
and so
being
is his.
exposed. We know he's being exposed because people around him have turned up positive. Does he have a diagnosis? Is he in the very early stages and he's just floating this out because he's going to be on a ventilator in a few weeks? I don't know.
Hell, with our luck, he'll be like immune because he's a carrier and he'll never die of it.
That's the other thing that scares me. Yeah, that's definitely. Um,
I mean, I don't know. It's just because we were talking before about how, like that article I found where they were saying the country might just plain be fucked, that they can't get ahead of the virus,
mm-hmm,
that there's
mm-hmm,
just
mm-hmm.
no way to stop this pandemic. What does that mean? I mean, they don't say, and then the end will look like this. Everyone in the country will be dead. There will be a handful of survivors. Some other country will come and take us over because there won't be anyone left to defend it. I mean, they don't say what will happen as a result of losing complete and utter control. They just say it might happen.
Ask Stephen King. He's probably going to be the best person to make the prediction because he's already written a book in that vein.
Okay, you
Um,
realize there's a meme going around about that though, right? Where it
no.
said, "This is what." Oh yeah, it says this is what encapsulates the internet, where Stephen King made a tweet or a Facebook post or something that said, no, this is nothing like The Stand. This is actually like far more severe, or this, that, or the other thing, or it worked this differently this way. And someone pops in and goes, oh yeah, what do you even know about it? Did you read the book? And it's like, ye might have read the book is only its author. Yeah,
now
but
there's a question
it
for
was
you.
like,
The question I have, when an author writes a book, does that author ever read it? In other words, you might write a book, piecemeal. You get this idea, you start writing, and okay, maybe I should go there, and then I should do that. And it happens over a long period of time. When it's done, does the author ever sit down and read the book front cover to back cover?
well, I've never really wondered that much about authors, although it has come up for me. What I wonder about is actors and directors watching their own movies.
Okay, yeah, which is basically the same thing. Yeah.
Here we go. No, coronavirus is not like The Stand. It's not anywhere near as serious. It's eminently survivable. Keep calm and take all reasonable precautions. You have this sporty ball fan person going, and how the hell would you know? Did you even read that book?
I tried. I really did.
I would love to believe that this sporty ball fan was engaging in irony and no one got it. But the utter lack of emojis and the fact that people are that stupid leads me to think that perhaps, just on the maybes, he meant it.
It could be easily. Oh my word.
But I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, like telling the author of a book, "What, did you even read it?" is just so insane.
And I cannot go on the lack of emojis because I will throw stuff out there deadpan in the hope that, people know me well enough to know when I'm being sarcastic and that sort of thing. Of course, that limits
That
the
doesn't work.
audience, but
That doesn't work. I've had good friends who've known me for decades who didn't realize that what I had said was snarkasm
okay.
when I said it on Facebook or something. The internet erases all nuance when it comes to things like tone of voice. It just does.
Yes, it does. Yes.
And I mean, I actually put something like that in one of my videos where I was saying, look, when you read my comments, don't automatically assume that it's me being loud, angry, and like snarky at you. Because a lot of people, like in the video, I said, I might say, look, here's how I disagree with you, and this is why I disagree with you, and here's the facts. But what people hear is, this is why I disagree with you. These are the facts. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going, dude, you read my text and said, look at how angry you are. But if I were to read that to you with my own face, you would realize that you'd misinterpreted rather badly. But no one's going to accept that. My first interpretation's the right one, and I will not revise it. Me. Yeah.
Well, it's that whole thing. I gotta be right. Yeah. Never tell me I missed. Never tell me I missed the point. Oh Lord.
Although I will tell you, the sheer number of times where someone says, "You missed my point entirely," when what I did was disagree with it. Like. I couldn't possibly have misunderstood or expressed myself poorly. The only possible reason someone might not have agreed with me was because they didn't understand what I said. That's the only possible way it could go.
Yeah, I like doing that. I don't do it often enough, but yeah, you'll set aside the tags. Yeah, sarcasm, end sarcasm, that sort of thing. Used to do that a lot more than I do now. It used to be a lot more popular than it is now.
I still do that sort of thing, although sometimes it's either an emoji or a like a hashtag or something.
Yeah, and then
rather than fakey HTML code.
Most of the time, what I'll see now is the end tag without the opening tag.
Either way, it doesn't have to be accurate.
So, but I would hope Omega Nuts. Yeah, Omega Nuts says I would think all authors would have read their own books at least once. I know of actors who refuse to see their own films. They don't like to see themselves on the screen.
You
Um,
know, and I have to admit, like, there is a certain disconnect to what I think of myself in my head and how I think my voice sounds when I speak versus what I see on the screen. I'm like, this doesn't fit my mental image of me.
oh, well, that still happens to me. I mean, I've been on the air for a couple of years now. Well, when did I start with Jones? Before I moved here, I was at the other place, so that would have been maybe 3.5, 4 years ago. And I'm still not quite accustomed to hearing myself, especially recorded.
Hmm.
Seeing myself, I actually think that most of the time I look a little better on video than what I see when I look into the mirror. When I look into the mirror, most of the time I see an old man, and it's like, yeah, it's not a good thing. But as far as the voice goes, the resonance is different. It sounds like uh, I hear nasal even now when I listen to myself recorded. Um,
Yes, agreed. I hear nasal when I speak,
okay, because I can,
or when I see myself in video speaking.
yeah, no, I can tell you that I do not hear nasal as you are speaking, but I'm not your ears listening and all that other stuff. So there's all kinds
Yeah,
of other stuff going on. Yes. I don't know if that happens to all of us. I mean, it happens to you, it happens to me. I don't know about other people out there if they
I'm
do
pretty
that
sure it
nasal.
actually does happen to everybody. I mean, I've taken a lot of film and video courses, and it's come up more than once.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's that. I don't know. And another one that's kind of weird is like a lot of YouTube is talking to the camera. And so a lot of YouTube is never seeing somebody's profile.
Mm-hmm.
And so there have been times when I've met someone in person, like at a convention or something, and gone, wow, that's not what I thought you looked like. And it also doesn't help that, like, you can't necessarily gauge someone's height. I know I've mentioned before a few YouTubers who are so much shorter than they look on camera.
Okay, yeah, I mean, Paul Enns comes to my mind. Yeah, he's like puny. God damn.
Olivia is very tiny, but also Prophet of Zod is gigantic. Dude's a tall ass beanpole. I mean, he's very thin, but he is. I mean, he's got to be like 6'5" or some shit. Dude's ginormous.
Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Yeah, and Christina Rad, Zom gets Chris, or Oh my God, it's Chris, as she likes to say. She is minuscule. I mean, she is so. I could pick her up and throw her for a touchdown pass.
Oh my, because yeah, she's what? Is she even 5 feet tall?
I'm not sure, but probably not.
Mm-hmm. And when I had first seen her on some of the films that she did, I know how she did it. Yeah, it's all cameras on the floor and it's aimed up, and she looks so much taller doing that.
And it's
Um,
also a close up.
say again, huh?
It's also a close up.
Yeah, well, that too. Um, and then I've not met her in meat space. Maybe
I
one day
have.
I will, but
She's quite nice.
yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be getting around much at all with this whole COVID-19 thing going on,
Hmm.
because I don't know that I want to get inside a tube with wings and in a fly 1,500 miles with virus all around me and all that other shit. And
And a bunch of passengers who refuse to wear the mask.
uh huh. And I just saw this morning American Airlines is no longer blocking out the middle seats on the flights.
Oh,
So they're
jeez.
flying at full capacity.
Oh, jeez.
Um, yeah, because I like not having an upper respiratory infection. I
I'm
really
rather
do.
fond of it myself. That's pretty
Oh,
good, isn't it?
I love that. That's oh Jesus! Somebody kill him, please.
I think he's doing it to himself just fine.
Yeah, but he's taking out a whole bunch of other people. And okay, this is I like this mask. I really do.
The thing is, I mean, I'm assuming that guy recognizes the irony and that's part of the humor. But I could easily see some MAGA hat wearing schmuck wearing that and believing it.
Yeah, I get you there. Because I just saw before the show started, somebody was saying, go please wear a mask and everything, and there was an answer to it with, if you're voluntarily wearing one of these masks, your mind is already not your own, and you're infected with some sort of brain virus if you want to protect your own health or some shit like that. Come on.
It's so stupid.
I
But
know.
uh,
I mean, okay, I was talking with the counter girl at Planet Fitness earlier today. I actually get a little bit claustrophobic when literally has to try it on me. Oh, for the no!
I just it's
Oh,
it's like it's like going out to buy pants without underwear on and then trying on everything and rubbing your crotch up against everyone else's crotch leavings.
oh, Jesus. Well, I have actually seen swimsuits left in the fitting room with horrible red stain in the crotch.
Oh.
Yeah. You wonder why swimsuits are so expensive? There's part of the
Mm.
reason. Um, but I'm trying to
But
think
I mean,
here.
I'm reminded very much of the well, if everyone jumped off the Golden Gate Bridge, would you jump off the Golden Gate Bridge? And it's like, no, mom, because I have a certain amount of sense. I know when something is too bad to try it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
smart like that. So if it turns out that, in fact, yeah, they are trying to control us using these masks, I think I can weather that storm. I think I can figure out when it's going too far, when they're trying to grab too much control, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the point of the masks. I know how they work. And, okay, this is how they are functioning, and this is what they're. Okay, yeah, I can see putting it on my face. I mean, as I said
Mm,
before, I get a little bit claustrophobic with the damn thing, but I understand that there's a good reason for it being there. Oh, man.
I will admit, I don't much care for the way masks will eventually, after I've been wearing one for an hour, make me sweat rather more than I'd like. And
Uh
they do tend
huh.
to fuck with my hair a bit. Guess what? Still wearing one.
Yeah, and okay, I do have to admit, I sometimes drop the top of the mask below the nose a little bit because I wear these and I can tend to fog them up a little bit.
Well, I hope you're only doing that when you're nowhere near anyone else.
Right. No,
I mean,
usually
because
it's.
honestly, there have been times I've seriously wanted to slug someone who has slung their mask under their nose, like that does any good whatsoever. I mean,
Yeah.
because I've seen people do it when they're working in food prep, for fuck's
No, you
sake.
don't do that. No.
Okay, so I mean,
I'll mostly do it when I'm crossing the street and it kind of helps to see where you're going.
hmm.
The other one I will do more often is just take the glasses off.
Mm. You know what I really like? Having gotten LASIK.
Yeah, yeah, I'm kind of jealous of you in that respect.
Well, I managed to get a pretty good deal on LASIK, so that worked out. Like, I managed to find the place that did it when they were having a $1,000 off sale.
All right then, yeah.
Yeah, well, if there's a time to get LASIK, I'm thinking that's the time.
Um, so I'm trying to remember how much they'll usually ask for that. The going rate for
It's
LASIK.
about 4 grand, give or take, maybe five. I'd have to look it up again. It's been what, about a year? But I mean, it was a hefty chunk of change that got whittled down rather well to where I was only paying about 2.5 grand.
Yeah, because you got the 1,000 off, and then you got a sort of a half price sale on it too, in a way, didn't you?
No, it was just 1,000 off. That was the sale.
Well, in other words, you got a little bit of financial assistance with it, didn't you?
Oh yeah, my parental units helped
Yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah.
See, this is what happens when you try to phrase things cleverly. It often
It
doesn't
often
get your message
backfires,
across.
yes. And I'm the one who will try to phrase things cleverly for the humorous effect, and so often miss the point.
Well, I mean, you just got to make sure that context is still there. That's the real secret to being able to say something clever, something that's been reworded in a clever fashion, is to make sure people still understand it.
Okay, now wait a minute. I see something interesting from Mage Grey Wolf. Coat the glasses with shaving cream, shaving gel, wipe till clear. It will keep them from fogging up. Thank you. I'll try that.
It sounds to me like it would still leave streaks, though.
I mean, it's worth a test, really.
Oh, yeah, nothing ventured, I guess.
Right. Um, yeah, because I mean, okay, even, well, sometimes I'm jealous of, the whole LASIK thing, and sometimes I'm jealous that I really can't wear contacts anymore. The problem I have with contacts is I can't get them into the eye. They always stick to the finger and will not transfer to the eye. When they change the polymer such that it's more permeable, it's more gas permeable, it also sticks to my finger. The hard contact lenses and the original soft contact lenses, okay, those I could get in the eye, those worked beautifully. But I really had a hard time with the last time I tried to do contacts. But the thing that does make it a little easier for me to take is the way I like to put it. Yeah, I see better with contacts, but I look better with glasses.
I have a question for you.
Yes, dear.
When you were putting those contacts in and they would stick to your finger, were the contacts dry or did you put anything like saline in them?
They were sitting there with saline in them.
Okay. Because I mean, that is weird because usually what I found was that if I put saline in as like a single drop into the lens
Mm-hmm.
and then pushed the lens onto my eye and let some of that saline squirt out, it would create suction
Yes.
and keep the lens there.
Yeah, that's what would happen when I used to do it with the older polymers. I could actually hear the bubbling from around the
Mm-hmm.
edge. You got jig, 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 as you're putting that on there, and you
Yeah.
knew that it had good suction, and I
And
just couldn't get that.
this didn't happen with the soft lenses?
Yeah, with the new gas permeable soft lenses, that didn't happen. It just
That's strange.
yeah. Well, I'm strange, you know that.
Well,
Um,
yes, but the laws of physics don't reorder themselves around you.
so I don't know, if it's something about my finger that the polymer liked my finger better than it liked the cornea. I don't know.
Well, you might just be doing it wrong.
That too. Yeah, easily could have been. Yeah, this was I don't know, say about 20 years ago. that I was running into
Oh,
that problem.
well,
Say around
try it
2000.
again. Things have changed. Believe me, speaking as someone who wore contacts for a very long time, things have changed since then.
Okay, okay. Because, I mean, one thing I wouldn't mind if I could test blank lenses with the polymer that I would use and see if I could get them in and out and things like that. And if it would work well, then go ahead and get that and then get the contact and the reading glasses instead of the
Hmm.
two pairs of glasses. Um, and then I could wear sunglasses again. Oh, gods, I loved the ability to wear sunglasses when I had contacts.
It's actually pretty necessary here. The sun gets really bright at times. And speaking as someone who lived for multiple decades in cloudy ass Seattle, it can start to hurt.
Uh
Still not
huh.
used to it yet.
Well, the Seattle brightness can really be a pain, can't it?
No.
No, okay, I thought that in some cases the cloudy brightness was worse than the clear sky brightness. No?
Well, it it's not a matter of brightness, it's the quality of the light.
Okay, okay.
But
Transition
yeah,
lens
it's so
contacts?
I love wearing sunglasses now. Really do. And I've got some that I think flatter me and still kind of look in a style that I enjoy. Like I'm sure there's um, like sunglasses out there that flatter me but aren't a decent style, aren't the style that I would prefer. But so it's like, yeah, that looks good on you if you want to be from the 1930s, that kind of thing. And I'm like, yeah, I'd rather be from the 2430s if I can help it. So what do you got that looks science fictiony?
There you are. Well, I could just, oh man, I could just see it. Yeah, you put on a pair of sunglasses, and you look in the mirror, and the glasses. Yeah, looking pretty good there, Kate. Yeah, no, no, I know. I'll be way over there. Uh,
Yeah, well, you know what I'm saying though,
yes,
is
I
like,
know. But Mage said something else that I didn't know existed. Mage said I'd like to get transition lens contacts. I didn't know those existed. I mean, they'd be great for somebody like me. No. Oh, for the love of Saint, look, will you look at that?
yeah, that's on my Amazon wish list now. They light up.
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh
I
my.
mean, they're more for like parties and raves and shit rather
Okay.
than you know, actual sunglasses. But still, if I could find sunglasses that had that sort of look,
I wonder what it would be like trying to look through them when they were lit.
they seem to have kept the area around the eyes a little like mostly free of the designs.
Okay.
So you won't see much. Like, or rather, there won't be much that obstructs your vision. Let's put it that way. And if these weren't totally from the X-Men, I'd wear them all the time. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's almost rose-colored glasses there.
It's like the sort of the Geordie LaForge look,
Yes, that's
only
the
more
first thing I
cyberpunk.
thought. Yeah.
Cyberpunk, but it's actually supposed to be Cyclops from the X-Men.
Okay then. I am not all that familiar with the X-Men.
Oh, neither am I.
I'm more familiar with the DC characters, and I'm not even that familiar with the DC characters. Um,
Well, I mean, let's put it this way, I could pick out a lot of the X-Men out of a lineup, but that's about as much as I could do. I probably couldn't tell you their non-code name, their actual like legal name. I couldn't tell you that. I probably couldn't necessarily tell you their origin or background story. I might even not be able to tell you their powers, but I could probably tell you which one they are.
Okay, yeah, because I rarely got to read a comic book when I was young. It was usually
Mm.
at the newsstand because those two didn't like me having comic books for whatever reason.
See, now I'm just picturing you like hiding comics under your bed the way someone might hide a Playboy.
Never got to do that because those two would do the whole warrantless search thing.
Oh,
If I wanted to hide something, it would have to be off the premises.
I see.
Yeah.
It's so hard to picture someone trying to prevent their child's joy. That is just so weird to me.
Mm, I don't know.
It
I don't know the mindset. I
it
don't
just
know
doesn't
why.
compute.
And I don't know that were I to have known why, I don't know that it would have helped.
It might have helped. I've found that knowing the reason why something is or is not so often really helps figuring out a way to make it so if I want it to be so. Understanding helps so much. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be actually extraordinarily patient as long as I know why I'm waiting and for how long.
Uh
If I
huh.
know both of those things, all of a sudden I'm the most patient person you ever met. But if I'm left in an information blackout,
Mm hmm.
I
Mm hmm.
honestly like I will start climbing the frickin' walls.
Oh,
And it's not
yeah.
just that. I mean, like, okay, I may have goaded YouTube into something of a Freudian slip, but I have learned things about the way the monetization algorithm works, or rather doesn't work, that I'm not sure I'm supposed to know. I think they actually said the quiet part loud for once, because it
Ooh.
turns out like they have a list of community guidelines, right? Here are the things you're supposed to do that are advertiser friendly that will make it so you don't end up getting the yellow dollar sign, right? And but then they told me, look, yeah, okay, our reviewers, our manual human reviewers don't have a checklist like this. We've given you a checklist, but they don't have to follow it. They are actually measuring their emotional reaction to your video.
Oh, boy.
And because they actually told me flat out that they will check your mood, that they will check your presentation, that they will check, like, are you being a big old meanie head? I'm like, well, what if someone has a personal stake in whatever it is I'm debunking? What if like how are we the end user supposed to make an advertiser friendly video
Yeah.
if we don't actually know what the guidelines are?
Uh
How are we
huh.
supposed to know?
Exactly.
And that's when they clammed up. That's when they
Uh-huh.
said, yeah, we can't give you any further information, but thanks for reaching out. Bye bye now. Matters closed.
Hi,
And
Mom
I'm like,
Nano.
oh.
Hi.
How you
So
be?
I've
Oh
been with my
my.
over
Have
at my
you?
mom's house since
I was
1.
going to ask if you'd been taking care of the mom of the Mom Nano. Yeah.
Well, the good news is she paid for me to fax my paperwork to the IRS.
Oh.
So, yay.
Yay.
That has been mailed off. So, in 6 to 8 weeks, I hopefully, have a timeline for when I'll get my stimulus check.
Yeah, 6 to 8 weeks from now, you're going to hear, okay, you should be getting it in another 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they said I may receive a debit card, but I've got it. I sent them the information to direct deposit it. So,
yeah, the
yeah,
problem
right.
with those debit cards is like you can never spend all of it. Because
Right.
there'll always be that remaining 33 cents or whatever that honestly like won't even buy you a pack of gum these days.
Ah,
And so what do you do with it?
I can
Okay.
transfer the balance from the debit card to my account.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
handy then.
there had
Yeah.
a number of years ago, I had participated in a research study, and we got paid for our time. I think I got $30 out of it or something like that in the form of one of those cards. And the person who gave me the card said, "Okay, look, take the card and don't go buying things with it. Go to your bank, put the whole balance into your bank because you're going to run into that problem, or you've got 35 cents at the end and you can't spend it anywhere." So I was so happy to hear that. Yeah.
So I did one of those focus groups once where it was all like Amazon cards that they would give you for compensation rather than, say, like money of any sort. And I mean, at least with those, you can do the same basic thing. You can say, okay, I'm going to my account, I'm typing in the number, and now all that money is an Amazon account balance.
Okay.
That at least works. But if you do literally try to spend stuff like using that debit card, then you run into that problem.
Yeah, because what we got was I forget which bank it was, but it was a Visa debit card.
Yep.
Yeah, so they said, just go to your bank, put the whole fucking thing in there, and then you don't have to worry about anything.
Okay, is that now, maybe this is weird, maybe it's not, or maybe it's just mildly weird. You tell me, but I like Visa more than MasterCard for one reason and one reason only. I prefer their logo. I think their logo is more aesthetically pleasing than the one for MasterCard. And that is the reason I prefer them. And it irritates me that for the last, I don't even know how long, the only banks I've been able to use have been ones that use MasterCard instead of Visa. And that has been a constant minor irritation every time I have to deal with my cards in any way.
Oh my!
Is that weird, or is that not that weird?
Now that you mention it,
No,
I actually do like the Visa logo better than I like the MasterCard logo. Excuse me. Now that you mention it, now I have both. Most of my cards, yes, I am one of those horrible people who has more credit cards than I know what to do with.
I have a prepaid credit card from PayPal for when I deposit stuff into PayPal. That is a MasterCard. But my prepaid debit card that Talon's SSI is put into is a Visa.
Okay. Because I have actual credit cards. Most of those are Visa.
I don't have any of that.
Oh.
The one I have is a MasterCard. It's the one through Bank America, so of course it would be.
Well, I've never had a credit card. Like, I've had debit cards that can be used as credit cards, but I've never just had a straight up credit card. And I never want to. I don't ever, like, if I can help it, I don't buy things on credit. And I also don't carry cash either. Like, and it's not even like, oh, I'm afraid of getting mugged. It's just, I don't ever need, like, there's exactly no, I take that back. 2 places in this town that don't take cards where I also shop. 2. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't carry cash because were I to carry cash, I would spend it even more quickly than I would spend money by whipping out that plastic card. Believe it or not, I'm actually pretty darn good about not going overboard with the credit cards. My problem is that there are times where I need to get something and my income is not sufficient to do it in cash. So, you put it on credit and then you use the time to pay it off, and it's an unfortunate thing because you're also paying the interest on it. So,
one thing that's funny about that is I actually, despite not buying anything on credit ever, I have amazing credit. And the reason why is because I keep deferring my college loans.
Yes.
But rather than just saying, oh, okay, we'll stop everything until you start payments, instead of that, they decided, okay, we'll just keep sending you a bill for $0 every month.
Same happens to me.
Sure enough, I'm able to afford $0 every month, never missed a payment. And so, like, my credit score just kept going up and up and up and up and up because I never missed a payment.
Yeah,
Crazy, right?
it actually works. It's crazy, but it works. Yes. Now I'm not um, at the creditworthiness state where I could get one of those prime leases on an automobile. What did they call? There's a class. There's a name for that class where you.
Oh, it's
Uh,
driver's ed.
that too.
Driver education.
Yeah.
That credit class, whatever it's called.
Oh,
I'm not
fair,
that good. Hmm?
fair, fair.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not that good, but I'm pretty darn good. Um,
It goes fair, good, exceptional.
okay,
That's fine.
I'm at least in the high end of good. I'm not exceptional, no.
Mm.
And the reason I'm not exceptional is I don't have the income to be exceptional. I mean, I'm getting now about what I was getting per annum from a job in 1982.
Okay.
Mm.
Where are you going with this?
Well, in other words, that's how little I'm getting. I mean, in
Yeah.
1982,
Oh. So you're not adjusting for inflation then?
right? It's the
Okay,
bare
that was the
number.
missing datum.
Okay, yeah, it was. I was making about 14 back in 1982. I'm getting something over 13 now. But that 14,000 went a lot farther than this 13 does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and of course, I've got my own unusual circumstances where I think I'm making like less than half minimum wage or something off of YouTube. But because I have so few expenses, I end up socking away a couple $100 a month.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of jealous of you in the sense that you're able to live in a place of your own.
Yeah. Well, no, actually, I do have two roommates and they can get pretty annoying.
Uh
Mm-hmm.
huh, yeah. Well, actually, the place is theirs. They just let you live there, right?
No, without me, they wouldn't have this place and they know it.
Oh, okay. Oh, my. I will tell
Fine.
you that not a day goes by that I don't worry about my rent.
Mm. That's the only thing I'm happy about. I don't have rent, but I have to pay homeowners taxes. Or,
Yeah, because, okay, I'm paying 240 a month for this place.
mm-hmm.
It's tiny, I will say, but it is a one-bedroom apartment. Were I to have to pay market rent, it would be 620.
Yep.
I mean, this is what Section 8 is doing for me.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one of the reasons, and I know there are people who would complain at me for saying this, but one of the reasons that I kind of think that I wouldn't mind dying here, in the sense that I would live the rest of my life here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, number one, moving is a pain in the arse.
Oh, it
And
is.
number two, the whole Section 8 thing, trying to be qualified for everything and going to another place and trying to be qualified in the whole thing. It's easier just to stay in one place.
Mm.
It's not the most convenient place in the world, but it's not a bad little place.
But you know, location. You're always talking about how you never get to go anywhere or do anything because you're too isolated. And I'm thinking that it would be a very good thing for you to be somewhere that's closer to civilization.
Okay, I mean, if I could get something like that, um, I wouldn't mind going back into the city, for example. Um, I'd have to save up enough to be able to move because I cannot move myself anymore. I actually have actual furniture that I can't take apart and move piece by piece and things like that.
Yeah.
But if I could go back into Pittsburgh proper, that wouldn't be a bad thing. I'd like to be able to do it and get a place that's as nice to be in as this place. And as I say, this is not the Ritz Carlton, but it's a nice little place.
Mm-hmm.
I wish that Sulu could come by in the helicopter, pick it up, and drop it in Shadyside. That would be perfect. But oh well, what are you gonna do? And yeah, I do complain about location. I do. It's difficult for me to get around here.
Well, not just get around. I mean, even just meeting people and making friends sounds terribly difficult.
It is.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very difficult. Um, I've all but given up. I really have. Well, of course, now with the whole COVID thing,
Yeah.
why even bother? But
When this whole pandemic shit is over, believe me, I'm going out there and finding me a fucking girlfriend. I'm just saying, is like, I kept trying to talk myself into going out to the local dyke bar and kept talking myself out of it or realizing, oh, whoops, I was going to do that today and it's now midnight. Oops, things like that. And, part of that is just why I haven't been in a relationship in ages is just I keep talking myself out of going because honestly, I don't like bars very much.
oh, I don't blame you. I'm not a bar person either.
Maybe if I could find a good Irish pub, but how many lesbian pubs are there? Like where you go and you find live Irish music? That's
Mm.
probably a very niche market, and you're unlikely to find it here in San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
Probably not.
But honestly, if I could find, hell, do you know Callahan's Cross Time Saloon by Spider Robinson?
You've mentioned
They
it.
Oh, if I could find a Callahan's here, if that existed, that would be so amazing. It's exactly what I need. Hell, it's exactly what just about everyone in this stream needs. Well, you wouldn't be laughing if you'd read the books.
probably not.
Well, no, I take that back. You would definitely be laughing if you'd read the books, but that's just because they're totally full of puns.
Yes.
But you know what I'm getting at. I'm saying here that like it's the kind of place where you'd go and find a community
Mm-hmm.
as well as a local drinking hole.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because my problem is I'm weird, and in my tastes are sufficiently removed from those of the general population that there's just no fit.
Mm, I
I
mean,
mean,
I guess I sort of know that feeling.
but the problem is they are my tastes.
Well, stop it.
Go, cat.
It's, I don't know. That sounds like me telling you to stop being lesbian.
Um, I mean, yes and no. Like, I've had times where people have said, you got to change your tastes. I said no. And then over time, I realized, oh, yeah, there's room for expansion here.
I mean, I'm not averse to expansion or anything like that. I mean, the last place I'm going to go is to the place that's the kind of place that's very popular here, where they get themselves smashed on icy light and looking at the television that's playing over the bar. Go Steelers! It's like, fuck
Yeah.
that.
Which is about all you can find where you're at.
Yeah, it's the neighborhood. It's the people.
Yeah.
Well,
I,
you know what you could always do that seemed to work for me is switching coasts.
I have thought of it. It's working out how to afford it.
Hmm.
Well, there are options.
Shut up, Clarion.
Well, I mean, we have friends who have done GoFundMe's to move. I think you'll remember one or two of those.
Yes, I do.
Well, like I said, there's options.
Yeah, I'd have to figure out how to do
I
that
need a new
without
computer.
destroying my chances at Section 8 housing. Either that or really clean up my act and get good enough to make a decent living at this, and you know what that's going, you know what the chances of that are.
Yeah, you're your own worst enemy when it comes to making videos.
Well, I'd have to make a lot more than even you make.
What?
I'd have to make a lot more than even you make.
Well, I just mean that you have a difficult time being brief, succinct.
Oh, well, that too.
I mean, like, oh, you should see some of the triage that goes into my script writing on my videos. There have been times I've typed up like 5 paragraphs and realized I could express this thought in 3 sentences, and I think I will.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, there's the whole too long didn't read, too long didn't watch problem. I've noticed actually lately the YouTube community, or at least the YouTube atheist community, really wants long ass videos. Like I've had people actually say less than 10 minutes, totally not watching this. But, you know, it turns out that honestly, short and punchy seems to really work.
Okay, then.
So, I don't know. It's also really frustrating. Like, I don't know if you know what goes into making a 15-minute long video, but it's often a 4-hour process. By the end of it, I am so tired and drained. And there's a reason why my output has flagged lately. It's just because I'm tired.
Yeah.
Like I've worked 9 to 5 jobs. I've worked jobs that went even longer than that because honestly, when you get down to the final couple of days before release, you spend a lot of time working on those video games, long ass overtime hours working on a video game when it's close to release time. But I've never done anything that was as emotionally draining as taking 6 hours to finish a video.
Yeah.
AFK a minute.
You know, even 3 or 4, it will wear on a person after a while, or at least it wears on me.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
absolutely.
there have been so many times I've even had a couple of doozies, but wanted to say, screw the bloopers, I'm done now. Just because I'm like, I've said everything that needs saying. This video doesn't need an outro. It doesn't need anything more than just what I've already said. Fuck it, I'm done. But I do it anyway because that's what people want to see. But oh my gosh, it can wear on you. So I guess what I'm saying is, you know, if you overthink it as much as you tend to, it'll be even worse.
Yeah. And yes, Amiga Nuts, I know we need more of the transgendered chef. There's a problem with the transgendered chef. I cook it, I have to eat it. And that kind of derails the whole weight loss thing.
Wacky notion. Have you ever thought about donating it to homeless people instead?
If I can find the way to do the cash to eat myself, yeah, I have actually thought of that. You know, donating the finished food.
Hell,
right
that could
now,
be a hook
right now
for
I
the
don't
channel.
have the ability to do. I don't have the ability to afford to do both.
Okay. Well, but I mean that's the sort of thing that can really make a channel take off is going, you watch me cook it and then I give it to homeless people. You know, I mean that's the kind of thing that can make
Yeah.
people watch.
Yeah.
Wish there was more of a silver bullet for that kind of thing, though. I mean, the sheer number of times I've tried something that honestly seems like the sort of thing that tends to go viral and then it just doesn't. And I'm like, am I doing it wrong, or do you need to be just in the right place at the right time, or what?
I think it's a little of all of it.
I mean, I guess it's kind of like Hollywood that way, where there's like literally thousands upon thousands of really talented actors out there who just never end up on screen because either backdoor politics or just they didn't audition for the right part, or if they'd gotten that one part, yes, they would have made it, but there were thousands of people auditioning for it, so they didn't, et cetera, et cetera, et
Yeah.
cetera. How many great people have we missed out on simply because of the system?
Yeah, absolute.
So I guess it could be like that with trying to make videos or memes or whatever that are supposed to go viral and never do, and totally would have taken off if you'd post it in the right place at the right time. I don't know.
Um, and I think Jeff Smith is one of the got lucky stories, who was doing some sort of cooking something or other, and then somebody saw him, got him on PBS in Seattle, and he became the Frugal Gourmet.
I don't know. I think I've heard the name, but
I've heard of it. Never watched it, but I've heard it.
Yeah, one of my favorite
that
cooking
looks
programs.
vaguely familiar looking at him, although he kind of looks like that one actor dude whose name is escaping me, but still.
Yeah, he had a really nice delivery style, if you will. I know he would often talk to the food as he was preparing, and like get over here, with the whatever.
I've never done that.
I don't know. I'd probably take that to some really dark places. Like, okay, food. Now it's time for me to kill you and cook you and eat you. you know, yeah.
I
I
have to
think the only
wonder.
way that could work is if I did myself up in like dark ass goth makeup or something and made it look really creepy.
I was gonna
Because,
say,
just an ordinary person saying that to their food is probably going to make people go, yeah, no.
there has to be a crowd to whom that would appeal. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I know a fair number of them who would absolutely love that because I used to hang out with goths. So,
Okay, now you hung out with the Goths. Did you ever hung out with the Visigoths or
I
no?
knew you were going there with that. As soon as you said, now when you used to hang out with goths, I knew exactly where the fuck you were going.
Great minds think alike. What can I tell you?
I'm not sure they do. Or if they do, then horrible minds also think similarly.
Okay,
But
Oh, excuse me.
No.
that
Please
was
excuse me.
that was
Oh,
the
very
comment
well.
of the day there. Yes.
Hmm.
I'm trying, Kate.
Do or do not. There is no try.
And you're not Yoda.
No, I'm
Oh
not.
my! Thank you, Mage. I have to try that. I did not know that sunflower buds were yummy and tasty.
Sunflower bugs?
Yeah. Mage Grey Wolf
What are
says
the-
sunflower buds can be cooked and eaten like artichoke hearts.
Okay, so which bit is the bud on a sunflower?
I'm assuming where the seeds are.
I would
assu-
assume so too, but the problem with that is that, well, seeds are awfully
Well-
darn small. Are we talking about that big brown bit or what?
I think he's talking about the whole thing before it opens.
Before the flower blooms, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. I do
Um,
like artichoke hearts. Those are nummy. If dandelion or sunflower buds are similar, I
Um,
totally eat it.
Hey, I've been experimenting the last week. I made homemade crab ragoon,
Oh my.
and the mix turned out well. I tried using spring roll wrappers; they didn't do so well. But the mix itself was good. And I made homemade bacon cheeseburger type egg rolls. I just bacon, burger, cheddar cheese, mixed it all together, added some hoisin sauce to it,
Oh my.
and fried it up.
Sounds almost like an Asian taquito.
Yes, it is. The Chinese restaurant that we used to go to in Missouri, she would make steak and cheese egg rolls. Absolutely fabulous. But I didn't have steak, so I made do with what I had, and TC absolutely loved it. Tornado. He's real picky about food, and he's like, "You're gonna have to make these again, Mom. They're a winner." So
Okay.
yeah.
Put it in some water, microwave for 3 minutes, peel off the outer layer until you just have the center. Great. Now all I have to do is figure out where to get sunflower buds. Do I have to grow my own, or
Probably.
because that would get in the way?
Hmm.
Mm,
And I remember, like, not sunflowers, different flowers, but my parents, being the like all natural, health conscious hippies that they are, had me eating dandelion greens when I was little.
mhm.
Which, honestly, looking at it, I'm like, what is the difference between this and like spinach, really?
Not much, really.
Nothing.
Yeah, and now it's like shitty spinach too.
Yeah, really.
I mean, because dandelions are weeds, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Well, anything
Well,
can be a weed if it's growing where you don't want it to grow.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. But I mean, biologically speaking, they're weeds.
Yeah, they're
Mm.
really good at invading and taking over. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
And
with those 90-foot long tap roots they have.
yeah,
Ah. It says, grew my own from a bag of birdseed in a 20-gallon recycle bin.
huh.
Oh, that might be worth a try if I could find a place out of the area where the lawn guy, mows the lawn. Beyond find a place beyond that for the recycle bin. Might be able to manage.
You know, maybe it's just me, but Crab Rangoon has always sounded to me like it ought to be a place. Like a crab lagoon near Cameroon is Crab Rangoon,
Hmm.
kind of thing. That's just always where my brain goes when I hear that term.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Well,
just saying.
yeah. I think the N is silent. Not
Okay,
but ragoon.
that's just weird, but regardless, it sounds to me like a place rather than a food.
Yeah.
Like maybe they have monsoons in Rangoon.
Rangoon is a place, I believe it used to be, but I could be wrong.
Oh my. What do we got over here? We got I don't see a pronunciation guide, damn it. But we have, okay, crab rangoon, sometimes called crab puffs, crab rangoon puffs, cheese wontons, okay, are filled with filled crisp dumpling appetizers served in American, Chinese, and more recently Thai restaurants. Place of
Mhm.
origin, U.S. Okay.
Mhm.
Um, hmm. Where did you find this
This is the font.
specifically?
This is the font of all knowledge.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be more specific than that.
This is the Wikipedia.
Okay. Um,
Rangoon. Rangoon.
that's from dictionary.com. I don't know if you're hearing that.
Rangoon.
I am hearing it.
Right.
Yes.
All right, so now we know how it's pronounced.
Okay, it says, okay, crab rangoon was on the menu of the Polynesian-style restaurant Trader Vic's in San Francisco since at least 1956.
Mhm.
So, according to what I'm seeing here, it says that Rangoon is like a rewording of Yangon, or Yangon, which was the capital of Burma, Myanmar. And it says in the S part, wherever the frick that means.
Yangon.
But in the S part, I don't know what the hell that means.
Me.
What
either.
did you say, Burma? I panicked. Anyway.
You panicked. Oh my.
Yeah, here we go. Yangon is also known as Rangoon, is the capital of the Yangon region of the largest city of Myanmar, also known as Burma. Yangon served as the capital of Myanmar until 2006, when military government relocated the administrative functions to the purpose-built capital city of thing I will never in my life pronounce. Naypyidaw? I don't know. So yeah, it is a place. It's the name of a city. And apparently they have a flag for this city and what looks like a coat of arms. A very small thumbnail for a coat of arms that I can't see. Well, it comes to be the logo rather than the coat of arms, but fuck it, that's a coat of arms if I ever saw one. I don't know. Speaking of which,
Yes.
you ever watch The Big Bang Theory?
It's been a
My
long
son
time
does.
since I have, but yes, I have.
Okay, because you know how Sheldon had that Fun with Flags show that he did, the internet podcast thing, right?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I did not know, but I do now.
Yeah, and like having gotten my own flag for Sealand and all that stuff, I started to get to wondering, like, is it possible that Sheldon has a point on that show with a lot of the things that he likes and prefers certain ways? And I've come to realize that, in fact, yes, red vines are definitely better than Twizzlers, and ices are definitely better than Slurpees. And so I have to wonder, like, because flags are kind of neat, how similar am I actually to Sheldon in my own head? I have to wonder. Mind you, I have a much more refined sense of humor, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So
Give you
there's that. And I would have to say a much more powerful sex drive, given that he has sex once a year.
Okay.
Or rather, chooses to have sex once a year. It's a thing. If you haven't watched the show, well, don't worry about it. It doesn't matter that much. But yeah, so like I'm looking at that coat of arms and remembering how the apartment that he and Leonard shared had a coat of arms and a flag. Well, rather, the coat of arms was on the flag, but still. I don't know. Wow, is it really almost 5:40?
Uh-huh.
Yep, almost.
I have to feed the cats in about 20 minutes.
Oh my, cannot let them starve. No.
No,
No.
actually noticed I had been rather delinquent with their water dishes. They were almost completely out when I noticed. Fortunately, not completely out, but unfortunately, they have a tendency, and I don't even know how they manage this, to get kibble into the water bowl. I can only assume that they drink while their mouths are still full, but there's always this tiny particulate sludge at the top of like kibble bits that had broken off from the main bit of kibble, the main bib, as it
Not
were.
necessarily.
This one does
Well, I don't
that.
know what it is they're doing, but somehow they're getting the kibble into the water dish.
My cat, Smudge, shakes his head sometimes when he eats, and pieces of food break off and fly into the water bowl.
Okay, well, whatever they're doing, it's contaminating their drinking supply, and they should probably stop.
Good luck with that.
Well, yeah. I mean, getting these cats to stop doing anything if they really want to do it is next to impossible.
Right.
But Columbia Columbia is much more malleable than Xander. I've been spoiled by Columbia because she will actually obey restrictions. She will hear me say, no, you don't get to be on the counter. And after about the 12th iteration of that, she will get it and stop going on the counter. Xander, on the other hand, just waits until I'm not looking.
Yep.
He's staring at me right now. He heard his name. I think he thinks there's something about to happen that involves him.
Oh my. Okay, so there's there.
Wow, they actually have a Wikipedia entry for the road layout of Rangoon.
Okay.
And a listing of parks and gardens. Oh, hey, and their administration. Wow, they have so much freaking information on this place. And I will never, ever, 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 ever go there in a non-virtual manner. I mean, not because I have anything against it. It's just, how likely is this?
True.
Did you know, I mean, even if I was of a mind to do it and felt the need and had the means, have you heard that, and I realize this isn't in Europe, but have you heard that Europe might actually reject Americans traveling abroad now?
Really? Why?
Yep. Because of the disease and what we're not doing about it.
Oh yeah, yeah, that one.
I don't blame them.
No, I don't blame them either, but I really wanted to travel soon. Like as soon as the pandemic was officially completely over, I wanted to actually leave this continent for once, which is something I've never done. Unless Cuba counts or Hawaii, but still.
Cuba counts, Hawaii doesn't.
Yeah, well, okay, let's put it this way. I'd like to go to a different part of this hemisphere. At the very least. I would very much like to see, I don't know, Britain, Japan, that kind of thing. Maybe New Zealand and Australia, and probably not Sweden now that Marie Fredrikson's dead, but still, I do have some friends there.
Japan is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okinawa's better.
Yeah, actually,
The amount of people in one space.
I'm trying to think, was it Okinawa? No, I'm thinking of Yokohama. Never mind. Well, I had been using Google Earth VR for a while, and I had explored bits of Japan, and I couldn't remember where. And I was pretty sure it wasn't Okinawa, but like Yokohama, Okinawa, there's a lot of Owa in there, and I had to remind myself which it was.
Yeah.
So, and then I did. I managed it. Yay, go me. I'm winning.
Yay.
Yeah. I've also been watching a lot of Futurama, which is where the I'm winning came from. It was very Zoidberg. I'm deeply amused by Dr. Zoidberg.
Oh, he's a fun character. Yeah.
But I mean, I'm sure part of that is just growing up with half of your family being Jewish.
Okay.
Well, although it's funny, I don't think any of them are comedians or doctors. Imagine that.
Any bankers?
Not that I know of.
Okay, because that was the other profession.
But actually, come to think of it, I have no idea what my Uncle Robbie does for work. He might be a lawyer.
Okay, okay.
Well, I don't know. It's weird. Like, we haven't seen my mom's side of the family in person in so long. It's almost like they don't even exist anymore.
Weird.
Which they totally do. I mean, my cousin Mark just had a baby, or rather his wife managed it. He was probably there. But regardless, like I just found that out. Like for once, my parents actually gave me some up-to-date info when things were happening instead of telling me weeks later. But I mean, that's everything I've known about that side of the family for years, except for the part where Grandma Ann died of the COVID. But still, point being that we don't speak to those people very much, and I don't know why not.
Weird.
It's not like we had a falling out.
Okay, because that was the thing that came to my mind. I didn't get to see her side of the family very much because he didn't like them. So that whole falling out thing can sort of get in the way at times.
But I don't think we had a falling out in this case, so I don't know what the deal was. Whatevs.
Move beef.
It is one of the reasons, though, I've often wondered what it's like to have one of those big extended families that don't live too terribly far from each other. You know, the ones where it's like, oh yeah, grandma came over for dinner this time, like it's every other week, and brought the cousins and all of that stuff. You know, those kind of things. Because I have some friends have that family set up, and it sounds kind of nice at times.
There was a little bit of that on her side of the family. I mean, nobody lived any more than, say, 6 miles from anyone else. But if you really wanted to get a family all jammed together, you wanted to do the her side of the family thing in Crystal Ridge near Harrisburg. I'm sorry, not Harrisburg, Hazleton. Where there were relatives on top of relatives on top of relatives, and
well, but that's too far in the other direction. That's opening the door to inbreeding.
yeah. And then, well, of course, you had the couple that had 13 kids.
Oh, good God.
Oh, that poor woman. I hope some of them were adopted.
No.
Oh, my God.
That's terrifying.
They had 10. She got pregnant again and said, okay, after this one, we're going to stop. It was triplets.
Oh.
Poor woman.
You know what I heard once, and I don't, like, I'm pretty sure this is true, but I don't know why it happens, is that the higher up in the birth order someone is, like, your child number 10, whatever, significantly increases the chances that that child will be gay.
Huh.
I read that somewhere. It seemed true enough at the time. I don't know if it is, but it seemed like a reasonable study had been conducted. And I have to wonder sometimes, like, is that a survival mechanism that's built into the species somehow? Is like, this is how you don't overpopulate. It seems like the kind of thing that would be not, gosh, I don't have the right words for this. It seems like something that wouldn't be by design, natural or otherwise. It seems like a side effect more than anything else.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I knew how that stuff worked. It would be a fascinating thing to study. What depends on what and what goes where and to whom and for how much, and but most likely there is just so much that goes into it that it would take several generations to work it out.
Mhm.
Yeah, there would have to be some sort of selection pressure for not having too many kids. And that seems like the opposite of natural selection.
Mm.
Mhm.
I mean, because I've even had to argue with people about this. They're like, well, but those animals keep dying off at a really young age. And I'm like, yeah, but they fuck like rabbits and have thousands upon thousands of offspring before they die. So, and they're like, yeah, but survival of the fittest. I'm like, they did survive. They survived to reproduce. Yeah, but it's just,
It's just so sad that so many misunderstand what the statement itself. The whole survival of the fittest thing is a misnomer anyway. But it's so unfortunate that so many don't know what the fuck that means. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
especially the creationists.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of people seem to treat, and even people who think evolution really truly is a thing, seem to treat it as leveling up. Like you're building a character and you've gotten enough experience points or skill points to be able to like add wings to your character or whatever.
Yeah,
And it's like,
yeah.
that's not how evolution works. Just because wings are cool and sexy doesn't mean that you're going to get them the more you evolve. It doesn't work that way. In fact, I seem to remember there are examples of insects, probably ants or termites or something, that had wings at one time. And then because it was advantageous to not have them, like they became
Lost
vestigial.
them.
And they didn't even necessarily lose them. They became vestigial. They became non-functional, but they were still there. The structure was still there. And it's like, you point this out to a creationist, and they'll be like, "See, evolution didn't work because they didn't get cooler." It's
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
the way they describe it, and I'm just like, "Yeah, that's not how evolution works, actually."
And then I'll try to describe it the way I see it, and then people don't like to hear it the way I see it. But the way I see this thing going is not survival of the fittest, it is extinction of the unfit. There is
that's
a
like
difference.
It's the
cockroaches here
survival
in
of
the
the
States.
randiest.
Say again, hon?
It's the
Cockroaches here in
survival
the
of the
States.
randiest.
There you go.
Yeah. But cockroaches here in the States don't normally fly. But cockroaches in Japan and Okinawa do. That is a genetic quirk of the cockroaches over there. They have evolved to fly. That is survival of the fittest.
No.
Because they have,
Well,
the reason they fly is to avoid the ground-based insects that eat them.
Okay,
Like-
now it's survival of the fittest.
It's what you've got to understand is the praying mantises, which feed on the cockroaches. The cockroaches are about the size of my palm. They are not small cockroaches. They are huge.
okay, so the
The praying
mantises that
mantises-
feed on them must be 6 feet tall.
The praying mantises, we saw one. It was about from the top of its head was at my middle finger, and its body, the end of its body, came down to about the middle of my forearm.
Yeah, see, this explains so many Japanese monster movies.
Yes, the bugs, the insects there are huge. I had a walking stick that was the length of my arm from the tip of my middle finger, not including the antennae, all the way up to my shoulder.
Oh,
In
well, the
Okinawa.
walking sticks can get huge. Yes, yes.
Right, but most of them in the States are not that big.
Yeah, and then, well, there's the whole extinction of the unfit thing that I'm talking about,
Yeah.
where, okay, the not as large walking sticks or cockroaches in the States, the diminutive size does not get in the way of their survival. Therefore, they
Right.
continue to survive.
Right.
Well, the real problem is that people in the United States completely misunderstood the saying and thought it was survival of the fattest. And
Yes,
there we
yes.
are. It's life, liberty, and the pursuit of flabbiness.
Oh my goodness.
Mm.
Hmm.
Yeah, welcome to what it's like to live in my brain. Imagine the ones I don't say.
And Amiga Nuts wants to know, where is my crocoduck?
Uh,
Interesting thing, in the fossil record, there are crocoducks.
Are there really
And there are also duckadiles.
duckadiles, huh?
Aaron Ra talks about them in the series he did on the systematic classification of life.
Makes you wonder if that's where the platypus comes from.
How do you mean?
Well, a platypus. Haven't you ever seen one?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah, it makes you wonder if it was a cross between a duckadile and a beaver.
Well,
Wait,
that
I didn't actually know this. I was looking at something about platypuses, and it said that while they are indeed mammals, they don't have nipples.
right.
They're
You can
egg
feed-
layers.
Like you can feed their young, but they don't actually have proper milk glands or something. It's weird.
It's weird, but
Right.
they're an egg-laying mammal, which is even
Yes,
weirder.
they are
That's weird.
monotremes. They are one of the 3 species left extant.
Mm-hmm.
There are platypuses, and then there are 2 species of echidna. And these are the 3 egg-laying mammals. And the eggs are very interesting little structures. They are not so much eggs as you would think of chicken eggs or something like that.
No, aren't they leathery?
They're more like amniotic sacs, when
Yeah.
the embryo, and I mean embryo, is born with this sac and then almost immediately tears out of it, and then goes finding the pouch to get in there and do its eating thing of the milk that is sweated out of the mother's body. And there's the one of the things that the creationists just don't understand at all, or refuse to understand. Don't see the connection between milk glands and sweat glands, but it's there. Because sweat contains fatty acids. That's
Right.
yeah, it contains triglycerides, and then the bacteria that live on your body normally, all of us have that, and no matter how much you shower, you're going to have it there. They metabolize the triglycerides and liberate fatty acids. And one of the things that fatty acids are known for is stinking.
Yep.
I mean, just take a whiff of rancid butter, or
Well, that's
vinegar,
why-
or goat sweat.
Right. Young kids do not stink from their sweat because they have not developed the kinds of fatty acids that adults do. So while your child may smell from whatever they've been playing with, whatever they've been rolling in,
Yeah, you are.
yeah, they're not going to smell of sweat stink.
Yeah, there.
So my brain went down one hell of a wormhole when you mentioned echidna.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause-
Okay, I think I know where you're headed.
Do you? Write it down and let's see if you're right. But there is a character from the Sonic the Hedgehog video games whose name I am completely blanking on, who is an echidna, which led me to video games, which led me to the fact that it is almost impossible to get your hands on the Nintendo Switch during the pandemic because everyone and their hamster bought them. But my friend Tom, who is in the Navy, can get them from the military because they sell them to military personnel at a military discount. And so he will be able to get and send to me a Nintendo Switch if I want it, which I do. And as a result, I decided to get my hands on this really funky looking thing that's not quite a fanny pack, but kind of a little bit is. That's the right size to carry a Switch around in. And it arrived earlier this morning. And that's the rabbit hole I went down when you said the word echidna.
Okay, and that is not where I thought you were going. Okay.
Wow.
Yes, Knuckles.
That
Thank you. Knuckles
was
was the name of the echidna, Mage Gray there.
yes, that was quite the explanation. Wow.
Well, welcome to my brain. Okay, sometimes a person can say one single word. Sometimes they can say it with a certain
Quirky.
inflection, and the next thing you know, my brain has gone down this like weird memory hole that's like a documentary on acid. It's crazy.
You're going down the
So-
rabbit hole.
Oh, hello, Columbia. Hello, and hello, Xander, looking
Yeti.
on, completely jealous.
Uh,
Xander is staring at me petting Columbia, and he's like, damn it, that's supposed to be my lap. Oh, crap, and now I have to feed the cats. It's 6 p.m. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm debating whether I want to finish my dinner or not. Mom took me out for dinner tonight. We went for Mexican. So I had some enchiladas for dinner tonight. And I will be paying for the salsa later.
Oh my.
But it's one of these restaurants where they make their own chips.
Oh wow.
So we still had 3/4 of a basket of chips, so I dumped them into my to-go box.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing any restauranting anytime soon. 'Cause
Well,
here in Allegheny County,
yeah.
we had gone to level green as far as restarting and everything. Now they're talking about rolling back to level yellow because we're starting to spike again.
Yeah. Well, this restaurant is one of these places where all of the servers wear gloves and masks. Everybody in the restaurant, aside from the customers, wears gloves and masks. And they disinfect the tables and the chairs when you sit down. So they try to keep it clean. But oh my gosh, the waiter was not happy with my mother. But he got her order wrong, so she asked him to have it taken back and get it right. And she wasn't mean or nasty about it. She was very polite about it. She's like, "This isn't what I ordered. I didn't order lettuce and tomatoes and guacamole. I just wanted the lettuce and the tomatoes
Okay,
as
then.
a side." And he huffed out this, "Oh my God, fine," sounding sigh. And then after that, would not look at my mother, would not speak to my mother, just totally and utterly ignored her the whole time, rest of the time we were in the restaurant.
Yeah, nice.
Handed me the check. Like, here you go. I don't want to talk to her. She doesn't exist. But you're nice and polite, so here's the check.
There you go. Nice reference there, Shine Aqua Illusion. One of my favorite Asimov quotations.
Which is?
Anti-intellectualism has been a constant thread winding its way through our political and cultural life, nurtured by the false notion that democracy means that my ignorance is just as good as your knowledge.
Oh boy.
Isaac had a way of putting that. Yeah, he had a little bit of an edge to the things he would say.
Yeah.
So, looking at it, I think my that meatloaf that I got and cooked is a little on the medium rare side.
Okay.
Okay, is that a bad thing or a good thing?
It's just a thing.
Just a thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's definitely got a little bit of softy and pinky in the middle, but it's not very.
As long as it's not bleeding.
Okay, so it's not kibine.
Yeah.
Well, let's put it this way: I'm gonna carve off what I want and ride the rest home.
There you go.
I stole that from Dennis Leary, but still.
I'll tell you though, you talk about the Softy and Pinky is when I was very young, I never would have thought that I would have liked any of this stuff because I couldn't bear the thought of eating raw hamburger or anything. But kibine, I find it to be delicious. It is raw beef
Sorry,
ground with
rewind.
bulgur wheat.
Rewind. What is delicious? Say that word again.
It's called kibine.
Never heard of it.
It's Middle Eastern, Lebanese, Syrian, that neighborhood. It's raw beef ground with bulgur wheat and eaten with bread slices and onion slices.
Mm.
I believe its spelling would lead one to believe it would be kibbeh. But
Well, I'll say. Oh, go on.
say again.
I said, go on. I thought you were done. You have long pauses in your speech that make me think you're done.
Oh, okay. No, a Lebanese friend of mine introduced me to it and called it kibine. So yeah, I'm looking. Yeah, when you look at the Wikipedia entry, it looks like kibbeh, but it seems to be kibbe.
Mm. Dang, I was going to say something about that, but I don't remember now.
Yeah,
Still,
here we
glad
go.
that I microwaved up a little bit of this meatloaf. It had been in the fridge, and it's still pretty good. I don't know why people deride meatloaf. I think it's quite tasty.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely a good food. Not something to turn your nose up at. It can even be gourmet meatloaf if you do it right. Um,
I don't remember what I was going to say now. The thing is, like, okay, one of the main reasons I don't eat sushi is because it's uncooked. I like a good California roll, and that's about it. If someone were to find a beef equivalent of sushi, I would be much more likely to eat it than the seafood.
okay,
You know, I
okay.
mean, if people eat rare steaks, and they do,
Oh
and they're
yeah,
actually pretty tasty that way, I would cheerfully eat raw beef as sushi.
yeah. I've had a
And
rare
Zane,
steak or two in
don't
my
worry
time, and it's
get all the way
interesting.
from my meatloaf. I love you, kitten, but stop it.
Yeah, the kibine of which I was speaking, I tossed a Wikipedia link into the side chat in case anybody is interested. Um, if we ever get to go to restaurants again, there's a nice place in the um, what's the word I'm looking for? University district that serves up a really nice kibine. I may have to have that there one day.
You know, I miss going to restaurants.
Move beef.
Yeah.
I haven't been to too many lately. There's that Buffet up the hill that unfortunately I'm not going to be going to for a while yet because I don't know if you were here to hear it, but we're having some problems here in Allegheny County. They had gone to what they call the level green with the fewest restrictions on places of business and everything else because of the COVID thing. But now we're starting to spike again, so they're thinking of rolling back to yellow, which will
When you
mean
described that last time, you said green light and red light. So I was literally picturing traffic lights that were holding steady on one of those to let people know as an indicator this is our current status.
oh, okay, yeah, yeah.
I was so confused the way you put that.
Yeah, I don't know if they call it green light or red light. I mean, that's the thing that came to my mind as I was speaking. because it looks so much like a traffic light on the paper, one of these deals. But yeah, just a few days ago, there was an article that, yeah, we're spiking again and not fun. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
Look at all of the grease in my meatloaf. Yeah. I'm not sure I'm buying one of these again. It's tasty as hell, but holy shit.
So
And
let's
you
see.
can't even really tell how deep that is. Not really, but it is a very thick coat.
God, how would they call that? 40% lean? Oh my, oh my. Yeah, the box of burgers that I bought doesn't have that much fat going for it.
So let me see here. Okay.
Which I
I
suppose.
can get. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell am I doing sending myself pictures? I can turn on my friggin' camera. Okay. So there we go. Watch, look at that.
Yeah, oh my word, will you? Oh my word.
So that is a lot of
And you're
goddamn
eating
grease.
that. Yeah, there's a lot of that stuff that's there only because you hadn't eaten it.
Well, I'm not gonna like tip the bowl and drink that orange glop.
No, in other words, it's so permeated through the meatloaf that you have no choice but to eat it.
Ah, yes. I mean, I suppose I could like squish it out of there, wring it out or something. Like press on the meatloaf while it's
There you
at an
go.
angle and make it all dribble out. I don't know. But I am going to be right back because I want to clean out this dish before it congeals.
Oh my word, when it can. Yeah, it's so difficult to clean when it does that. Oh my. Other than that, though.
So, also, I think I'm going to feed the cats a little more kibble because they're, like, when I was serving up the wet food, it just didn't seem like enough, which means I'd probably overfed them this morning. But, I'm sure they will appreciate the extra kibble. So I'll be right
Okay,
back
then.
again.
Oh my. Yeah, okay, so we've got, oh my, master of, somebody is really good with GIMP then. I mean, if this is the GIMP I think of, I'm good enough with it to get by, but I'm no master of GIMP or anything like that. I'm hearing a kitty. Yeah, I'm hearing a kitty. Man.
All right, and Columbia, here is yours.
Somebody has something to say, I'll tell you.
Yeah, well, as Xander scents food or senses food or anything food related, he decides that it's his job to whine and whinge and meow and bitch and piss and moan. Which is funny because it's like, what? Do you think it'll make me go any faster if you meow at me?
I might even slow you down.
I have to admit, there have been times I've really wanted to tease him. Hold the food just out of reach.
Oh, you horrible person, you.
Well, I only say I want to. Well, okay, that brings up an interesting philosophical question. If you have the desire to do something that unambiguously harms another, but you decide to not do it. Are you a bad person?
Okay, now if you're going for the utilitarian sort of thing, probably not, because you have not decreased well-being or increased unnecessarily suffering. You've only thought about it, and thought crime isn't necessarily a thing.
Yeah, but try telling that to a fundy Christian.
Well, fundy Christians, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like, okay, if you've never felt fear, are you brave?
You wouldn't know what bravery was.
But you are definitely not a coward.
Right. Yeah.
So I guess the question is bravery not feeling fear at all, or is it feeling fear but going on anyway?
It's got to be the latter because, so many people I regard as brave will tell you, yes, I know fear, but I have to keep going because I just have to. And that's what the bravery is all about.
Then what do you call someone who just has weapons grade confidence and is really sure of themselves and it's justified because they're just that awesome and they've just never been scared because they always have this amazing ability? What do you call that person?
Lucky?
In terms of like bravery or fear or any of that stuff? No flippant answers. I mean it seriously.
Oh man, I don't know if that applies. I don't know if there is a scale by which to judge bravery or cowardice in a case like that.
Yeah, well, I mean, because like let's suppose that you had fears and worked through them and don't feel them anymore. Are you still brave?
Now that's an interesting question.
Well, I've always been told that brave is not being without fear. Brave is simply working through your fears and moving on.
But was that said by a brave person or by someone who was feeling sour grapes over not being the fearless person that I described before?
I would assume, being as I'm not sure about the person, that the person was just an average person.
I don't think you understood my question, but okay. My point being, though, is that people's perceptions of something like bravery are often colored by their own personal experiences. And so, like, a lot of people will actually deny reality when it doesn't really suit their preconceptions or if it hurts their feelings.
A fundy.
You know,
Yeah.
like if I were to call myself super brave because I managed to get through something that's adverse, but then I described someone who just seems to be a fountain of confidence as not brave, I know myself well enough to say that I'm just trying to make myself feel better because I'm not that uber confident person, that I'm brave and they're not because I had to work for it. You know, but I also, part of me would be thinking, yeah, but that's sort of like the grandparent who says I had to walk uphill both ways to school in the snow and then go work at the factory when I was your age, and you kids don't have it tough. You know, when we used to play this sport or the other sport, we didn't have helmets and shoulder pads. You know, so it's like, yeah, well, your bravery doesn't count because it came to you too easily. Just sort of sounds like sour grapes to me. You know what I mean? So
Yes.
I'm completely conflicted on what qualifies as brave and what doesn't.
I would think, it's just personal opinion, someone who's scared to do something
Hmm.
and they still do it anyway
Hmm.
is considered brave.
What if they did it because they didn't know a way out of it?
Doesn't matter.
You're
They
heading.
still
Doesn't-
did it.
Well, I mean, what if they still did it because the consequences of not doing it would be significantly worse? Like, let's suppose you got a paratrooper or something who gets sudden battle fear and says, nope, 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 nope. And they're like, yeah, but you'll be court-martialed and executed for fear in the face of the enemy if you don't go, right? And they go, oh, fine. And they jump out of the plane. Was that bravery?
I think so because he was coerced. He had no choice. But he did it instead of accepting consequences that are far worse. Like I said,
How is that bravery, though? I mean, that was simply, okay, I'm choosing the lesser of two evils. That's not bravery, that's submission.
well, he knows what he's facing
Yeah.
if he jumps out of the plane.
And he knows
He
what he's
doesn't-
facing if he doesn't.
Right. But just because they say they're going to court-martial you and execute you doesn't mean they can.
Okay, suppose they totally can, which I'm pretty sure
Okay.
they can.
Then
But,
yes, that would not be brave.
well, what would it be?
Coercion.
Well,
Compliance.
I mean, yeah, but okay, there we go. Compliance, sure. I don't know. It just seems to me that the line where bravery is drawn is not very well defined.
Defined. Right.
Well,
Somebody who does something because even though they're scared, but they do it anyway without coercion would be brave.
Well, one of the impressions I get is that people look at cowardice and bravery in another person as compared to what they would feel. I've been told many times that I am brave for having transitioned. And what I get is the feeling that these people are saying, I would be so afraid to do something like that, but you did it. You must be brave because I would be a coward and not do it. And it doesn't necessarily apply that way.
Yeah, I've had people tell me I'm brave for doing the brain surgery to get rid of the seizures. They're like, oh my God, letting someone monkey about with your brain and using a laser, no less? That's just terrifying. That's some serious Frankenstein shit over here. And I was like, yeah, but when I was on the table just before they knocked my ass out, I was like, all right, let's just get it done.
Yeah.
Like I just was ready to get going, to make it over with. I wasn't really feeling much more than minor trepidation at the time. Working myself up to actually going to the hospital was a little more difficult, but by the time I was there, I just wanted it over. Is that bravery?
Is now see my emergency C-section. They didn't have. I wasn't given a choice. They told me I was going to have it. I was going to have the baby that day. They were going to induce me. And I didn't get a choice to refuse. Even though the pregnancy was going fine. But they decided my amniotic fluids were too low. So they wanted to have him that day. So they induced me, and then all of a sudden I'm in full-blown labor within an hour. No way I'm having the kid naturally. My body wasn't ready. And they couldn't stop the contractions. So is it brave to go through the C-section? No. I didn't have a choice.
Sure, but you could have faced it like stoically versus, oh fuck no, oh fuck no, oh fuck no. So
I was kind of like, okay, whatever.
And I mean, I totally could have wimped out and told them, don't do the brain surgery, I'm terrified, but I didn't. Is that bravery?
I think so.
I mean, that's the thing I mean, I don't think you can quantify bravery in any kind of reliable fashion that's consistent. I'm not sure you can do it. I'm sure a lot of it is also perspective, like we were saying,
Yeah.
is, oh, you were so brave to do this, that, or the other thing. And it's like, yeah, but it was no big deal to do it, really, in the end.
See, I get told all the time that I'm brave for raising Talon. Tornado.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
Have you met him?
I live
mean,
with them. But I don't think it is. I had a choice. I could have given him up for adoption. But he's my kid. I'm his mom. There was no choice. There was never going to be a choice where I would give him up.
Well,
But
speaking
I don't
as an
consider that
adoptee,
brave.
I mean, now you could drench him in benzene and set him on fire.
No.
that would be rather, like, the fallout from that would be rather more difficult to deal with than, say, adoption.
Right.
I'm
And,
just guessing here. I've never done either one except on the other end of adoption, but still.
Right. Well, I won't say that it wasn't difficult raising him. It has been very difficult at times.
And still
But-
is.
It still is. But, I made the choice to get pregnant. I made the choice to continue the pregnancy. I made the choice to have him. It is my responsibility, my joy, my pain, my struggle to raise him. Nobody else's. It's not their duty, I guess you could say.
Responsibility, maybe?
Their responsibility, yeah. It's mine. I made those choices. I'm the one who should be responsible for raising him. And I understand that there are reasons to have somebody be placed up for adoption. I realize that there are consequences for something that happened that include pregnancy, be it rape or whatever, that someone shouldn't have to raise the kid. But that was nothing that was involved with what happened with TC.
Well, then
So-
there's the other thing, though, that came to my mind as you were going through the steps in the process. And each of the steps, when you said, okay, it was your choice to get pregnant, it was your choice to get... There were things that you did not yet know when you made each of the decisions that were those
Right.
steps. I mean, when you made the choice to continue the pregnancy, I take it you had no idea yet
No.
how he was going to turn out once he was breathing air.
We didn't. They didn't know what the ramifications of what happened during his birth. They found out when they started to induce me. They put me on a fetal heart monitor. He was going into fetal distress, which means every time I had a contraction, his heart rate was dropping to 0. When they got him out, his umbilical cord was wrapped around his neck twice. If I had delivered naturally, he would have died.
Well, there was
Because
no way you were going
not
to need.
just-
There was no way you were going to deliver naturally anyway. Your cervix
Right.
had softened.
Right, but if it had softened and I tried to give birth to him, they said the way the umbilical cord was wrapped, it was not going to come loose. And it would have either strangled him or broke his neck.
And neither
Or
of
both.
which is a good
Right.
outcome.
But it's entirely possible because they tried to induce me and it started fetal distress that is what caused his conditions.
So
It's possible.
I have a question, and you can totally tell me to fuck off if you don't want to answer it. But if you'd known about the challenges, would you have had or kept him,
Yes.
even knowing what you know today?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
What you have to understand is, regardless of his issues, he is the light of my life.
Well, here's the thing, is when I was put up for adoption, I was actually 3.5 months old. And it was done because my single mother could not take care of me because I was sick for a good long time.
Right.
And clearly, these are much more minor than what I've seen from Talon so
Mhm.
far.
Right. Well,
So, I mean, I don't know if you're stronger than she was or what. No, I'm dead serious. I mean, I was given up for what seems like much lesser reasons.
well, we were given a list of options, or rather, I was when we went in for his checkups. And they're like, well, he's going to have issues. We don't know how severe the issues are, so you can either keep him or put him up for adoption. I was given that option, especially after they found out he was autistic. They're like, you don't have to keep him. I was like, no, this is my kid. You know, I made these choices. I chose to have him. No, he's not perfect. No, he's not going to be perfect. Yes, there are going to be issues, but this is my kid.
He
I
couldn't be
get
perfect
that in my
anyway.
own
That's
way,
my
yeah.
job.
Yeah, but I mean,
I understand.
I understand that I understood that there were going to be challenges. I didn't expect them to be as bad as they were, but I knew that they were going to be there. So I don't know if it's brave or simply that I loved him enough to work through it.
Yeah.
Or you were
I
a
don't
fool.
consider- I
do.
don't consider myself brave, but people say I am. And they say, the biggest thing they say is I have the patience of a saint.
I guess you have to, yeah.
Oh, well, the hardest part to learn to do is to be angry and not scream.
That's not an easy one, is it?
No, there have been days where he went to bed and I would go in my room, put a pillow over my face, and scream into the pillow. There have been days where I went and he was in bed and I went and I cried my eyes out. It has not.
That was
been
Wednesday, wasn't it?
No, I haven't had to do that recently. Either one. He has 9 times out of 10 better days than when he was younger, and he is at the maturity level of probably 16.
Okay.
And
I'm going to say 13.
it depends on the day. It. Oh,
I mean,
you
there
poor
are
thing.
some days
get
that
one more soda.
I wonder about any of it, but I think we know a
Yeah.
couple of those days where I'm
Yeah.
alluding.
Well,
And you know, all those darn cobras with the broken noses.
yes, all the darn cobras with the broken noses.
I wonder how many people are in here who get that reference. Like, how many of you go to movie night?
Probably most of them.
You never know. I mean, I didn't really even find out movie night existed until I started coming to Diana's streams, and even then it took a while. And even then it took a while for me to even start going. So who knows?
Right. Hey, sweetheart. Hold on a second.
You know, sometimes I wonder if my birth mother wonders how I'm doing.
Okay, I understand. I get that. I really do.
I mean, because I wonder all the time what her life is like. I mean, I wonder all the time, like, you know, what would my life be like if she had never given me up?
Well, you know,
that goes
it's
through
hard
my
to
mind.
say.
I mean, hell, for all I know, she was like some sort of rabid and screaming fundy who would have gone, no kid of mine's going to be a lesbian. I don't know.
Tornado and I had that talk.
I don't think he was ever going to be a lesbian.
No, but we had the talk about, because he had some friends in school who were transitioning, and friends in my adult friends, one which is transitioning now.
Okay.
And we had that conversation. We also had the conversation of, as he started getting older, well, what happens if I love a boy? And I was like, I don't care who you love as long as you're happy. I don't care if it's a boy. I don't care if it's a girl. The only thing I would have a problem is if it was an animal.
Humans are animals. But I mean, if a kid had come to me and said, you know, what happens if I end up falling for someone of the same sex? I'd be like, well, I would ask them out if I were you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like I told him, I said, I don't care who you fall in love with as long as you're happy with them.
It's
They
really
can
hard
put up
to-
with you.
It's really hard to picture going to school with kids my own age who are transitioning. Like, it's cool that that's a thing. It's cool that that's even possible. But
Yeah.
I can't empathize with it. I can't put myself in that position.
Mm-hmm.
It's
You know.
amazing when I think of the difference in eras, which are not that temporally separated. You know, you're talking about Talon being that age in school and everything else when he was, which is, let's see now,
I
early
was in my
2000s.
30s.
What?
He graduated in 2014 or 2012.
Wow. Okay, so let's say
I
2000.
graduated in 1993. Woo!
Yeah. Let's say he's in high school in 2010, and
2014, he said.
1972 is not that much earlier than 2010 when you think about it. Yes, it is 40 years removed, but 40 years is 40 years, but it's also 40 years, if you know what I mean. And there would never have been any discussion like you and Talon had when I
Right.
was that age.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
We
anybody
had them when
in the
I was
school
that age.
Yeah,
I grew
anyone in the
up-
school environment would have been beat to a pulp had it been known
Well-
that they were gay or lesbian.
I can give you an example of this. My mom had a friend who was gay, a lesbian. She had no problems with her until the woman asked her out.
Um,
And then
I
she
was
was
gonna
like,
go-
no, I don't go that way. I don't want to. And then we stopped. We never saw her again. And I think that's a shame.
So that struck fear into her heart.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know why. I don't know if she was tempted. I don't know. But that's one of the things that I remember growing up. And it's one of the reasons why I told Talon, I don't care who you love. If you love a boy, if you love a girl, that's fine. I'll be happy with it as long as you're happy. I told him I don't care if you went through transition either. You know? You
wow,
are
that's hard to
you.
picture.
Not really.
No, I mean, it's hard to mentally picture the aesthetics of that, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, I can't see Tornado as a girl. No. I know what he's packing.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. I didn't want to hear that part. That was information I definitely didn't need.
Well, he's built like his dad as far as certain parts of his anatomy, and his dad was very nice in that part of his anatomy.
Okay.
Exactly are you trying to say?
She's saying you're well hung,
I'm
kid.
telling you, I'm saying you're well hung, kid. Get over it.
Yeah.
Are you saying I'm something more than basic cable?
What
Yes.
we're saying is that your camera is rather large.
Yes. Now go away and don't listen to my conversations anymore.
Yeah.
So he's
let's
I'm
get
reminded
to
of a
point.
time, there was a time not a long ass, it was 4 or 5 years ago, where my friend Chris, I don't even know how this topic was raised, but
Mhm.
at one point he felt the need to tell me, oh yeah, I'm a grower, not a shower. And I was like, I needed to know that. Thank you, Chris. That is definitely information a lesbian needed about her married male friend.
Well, I mean, it's just one of those things that as he grew older, was noticeable. It's not something I chose to know about my kid, but
Yeah, well, you're sure he's not stuffing?
uh-huh.
Okay.
You got to understand that Tornado has to be reminded to shower.
Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah. And it's not a Tornado, go shower. It's Tornado, shower. You stink. Tornado, 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 tornado. Fine, Mom.
Hmm.
And that's one of the things most people don't understand. There are certain quirks that autistics have. Not all of them are happy with showers. He up until he was 12, 13, he hated getting his head wet. And he still does not like going underwater
Huh.
when he swims.
Hmm.
He'll do it eventually, but he has to work himself up to it. Certain movies, Inspector Gadget,
Wait, I'll be right back.
Star Trek the reboot. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Okay, one of the first scenes in the movie is Winona Kirk in the 2009 version having James. He runs out of the room. He refuses to watch it. That entire scene. Will not watch it.
Okay,
And we
then.
don't know if it's an audio issue, an oral issue, a visual issue, a sound generated, the screaming, whatever. But he will not watch it. When he was younger, he would not would not watch the opening credits of the animated movie Inspector Gadget or the cartoons.
Okay,
So,
I don't
yeah.
know those either. So.
But it's just examples of the things that we deal with all the time. So, yeah. Oh, some days are worse than others. Some days are better than others. Today was actually a good day. So, yay. And I am finishing my enchiladas that I had earlier because I got hungry again.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
So they must have been Chinese enchiladas. You had some an hour ago, and then you got hungry again.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
But it was chicken, beef, and cheese enchiladas with rice and lettuce and tomatoes and sour cream. That was my dinner. I
Okay.
should have told them, though, flour tortillas, not corn tortillas. I cannot stand the flavor of corn tortillas. They get soggy. It tastes funny.
Oh, I don't know. Soggy can be interesting depending on what it is. I mean, I love
guess.
soggy rice. I love soggy life cereal. What can I tell you?
Soft rice with cinnamon, butter, and sugar.
Oh, rice pudding.
Without the raisins, yeah.
I was gonna make some of that, and I never did get around to it. I still have the raisins sitting up on my shelf.
I usually take the rice that I get with a Chinese meal and I save it, and the next day I'll heat it up and then put butter, cinnamon, sugar in it and make
Okay.
rice pudding out of it.
At some point, I'll get around to that. It's like I say. Well, I don't know if you were here to hear me say it today. The problem with transgender chef, I make the stuff. I've got to eat it because
Yep.
you know who else is around
Well,
to eat it. That sort of thing. And
Have you considered, I don't know how well you like your neighbors.
not very much.
Well, what you could do is on the days that you know you're going to be cooking for the transgendered chef, have you considered calling the local Meals on Wheels people?
Yeah, I actually have consider that sort of stuff, and I may actually get around to it once I can afford to buy groceries for myself and give some away.
Well,
I'm not at that
they
point
may.
yet.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe they would help you with providing you with ingredients, but I don't know.
I don't know.
Couldn't hurt to call and find out.
Yeah, because so far everything I've cooked, I've eaten, and one of the things
Or
I've noticed is I've been able to lose some of the weight I want to lose, but it's by not eating very much at all. I
right.
made some soup. I made chicken barley soup,
Hmm.
and by eating that stuff, I'm actually starting to put weight back on, and it's like, ah, shit.
Have you considered freezing it?
Um, that I may actually have to do. Yeah, I've got
Um,
about half the soup in the defibrinator.
hmm
It's in mason jars.
hmm
It's it's in pint jars, so you got the whole
Right,
portion control thing going.
right.
So yeah,
Well,
maybe I could freeze it.
what I was thinking of is when you do your cooking, what you could do is portion it out for meals and then freeze those portions. And
Hmm.
that way, on days when you don't feel like cooking, you pull it out of the freezer, pop it in the microwave, and voila.
Well, that's the problem. Is that simply by eating that instead of one hamburger patty for the entire day.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a very, very fine line with me anymore. With the line between maintaining and gaining, as far as
Hmm.
the amount that you eat. I mean, I've literally fried up one hamburger patty, and that's my daily meal.
Oof. Wow.
Um, and with that, I was losing. I was slowly losing. I got down to maybe about
Mm.
203.
Mm.
Now I'm
Hmm.
getting to the gym again, and maybe that'll help.
Oh, it will because uh, you'll be developing toning muscle, which weight, just keep in mind, if you're going to the gym, you are going to gain weight first before you start losing because muscle mass weighs more than fat.
Oh, look, it's Tria. Hi, sweetie. How you doing?
Rhea. I don't think I know Rhea.
Triatel.
Oh, Tria. Okay. Yes. Hi, Tria. I know who she is. Is she going to join us?
I don't know. It depends on whether or not we're coming apart.
Oh, okay. Are we? Maybe. And let me know if my chips get too loud. Nothing quite like homemade corn tortillas from a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to not stay on the air for 9 hours.
Yeah.
Which,
Well, yeah.
oh my word, how many times? Well, when Howard came on with me, Christ, what was it? I think it was 2 Sundays ago.
Mm,
Yeah, I ended up on the air 13 hours, and it was like
good
Jesus Christ.
Lord.
Yeah, Howard being a very stable milking stool.
Don't know him.
His name is Howard.
Yeah,
I'm going
I
to be laughing about that for a while.
don't know him.
But there is a chance I should have cooked that meatloaf a little longer.
Oh.
uh-oh.
Where do you think I just went?
Oh boy.
Mm,
Yeah,
Mm,
that was unpleasant.
I don't know. It
not
could
good.
be that, or is it all that fat that was on it?
Oh,
Because that will happen to me. If I have something quite fatty,
oh,
I'll end up on the throne for a while.
Yeah.
yeah, but in this case, it was mostly just trapped gas.
Mm. Did you eat anything else with the meatloaf?
I may have had a Red Bull.
I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah,
you want? I'll
It was,
send to you.
it was awfully unpleasant, but it seems to be over now.
Hmm.
Yeah, we can. Let's see. We'll copy and get that the hell out of the way here. I know it's been visible a little bit, but hopefully we can.
Oh, it has
limit-
been god awful hot in Florida.
Really, it's been strangely cold here in San Diego,
We
but especially for summer. But we also have what's known as May gray and June gloom, where it's very cloudy for those months,
Mhm.
and we're still in the middle of June. The gray seemed to start later this year compared to other years, but it's been keeping us in the mid to low 60s.
Oh, today our heat index was 107. With
Yeah. Okay. Tria. Yeah. Check your DM if you want to come by.
fairly
Excuse me.
high humidity. Tomorrow we've got an 80% chance of rain, and we're still going to have a high heat
Oh, look
index.
who's here.
Oh, excuse me.
Hi,
Hi.
dear.
Priya!
Hi.
How are you?
Yay! We're talking about the Florida heat index. You should be good with that, right?
She's only 2 hours to the east of me. And it's
I'm
actually
also-
hotter where she's at.
And it's hotter where I'm at, and our AC does not work.
Oh, God, sweetheart.
no.
You got
There
enough
and there's
oxygen?
nothing that they can do to fix it without doing serious remodeling. And we're in that zone where if we ask our landlord to do the fixes of the house, he can decide in the really not too distant future to price us out of this house.
Holy
shit.
Shike. Yeah.
So do you have lots of fans running, I hope?
Yeah, we do. I turned
good.
mine off. I might turn it back on if it gets to where I can't handle it. But yeah, we have fans everywhere. I have got a cooling pad coming in for Elmer. He's doing okay, but I would like to
Okay.
get him. I'd like to get him to good.
Which
I
one
need
is
some
Elmer?
Now,
context. Choose Elmer.
where is
My kitty.
Zaphod? Where's Emperor Zaphod the Zeroth compared to you?
You mean not Zaphod?
Yeah.
Or are we thinking? Yeah, not Zaphod. He actually lives about 15 minutes away from me.
Oh, I didn't know if he was near you or if he was down around Miami. Okay.
No,
She's in
not
Jacksonville.
yeah, not Zaphod and I are in. He's in the closer to the Orange Park area, but that's yeah. He,
Okay, so you
he
and
I
he are
live
in
pretty
each
close
other's
to each other.
backyards.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
yeah.
Tria and I have calculated that she's about 2 hours away from me.
Yeah, because he had
Yeah.
mentioned at one point that the heat index was going to be insufferable.
Yeah.
Was it last night or I forget? Yeah.
Yesterday it was 107 here in Crystal River with the heat index. And tomorrow we've got an 80% chance of rain.
Well, the thing is that depending on when the rain hits, that can be a good thing or a bad thing.
Right. They
Right.
didn't say when.
Yeah, because if it hits like first thing in the morning,
That's
you're gonna be like, it's gonna be even more humid than normal, which it's already fucking humid. And then it's gonna heat back up. If it's like closer to like late afternoon,
That's the best.
sundownish,
Yeah.
it helps so much.
Because it cools everything off.
Yeah,
Now
I
I'm
have
glad
good
live in
news.
a desert instead of like. And now I'm glad I live in a desert instead of one of these humid ass places you're talking about.
Oh,
You
have
know,
good news?
Yeah, I have good news. But before I say the good news, I have a problem with deserts. I can handle the heat. The dry cold kills my lungs because my lungs
Yep.
don't know what to do with it.
Oh well, it doesn't
Okay.
get that cold here in San Diego, so.
Well, I could check it out sometime. But yeah, apparently I can live stream again.
Oh, okay.
I
Could
tried
not-
to live stream for a while, and the bots did not pull me after 10 minutes.
All right, now we're talking.
So hopefully I can figure out a way to keep them from going after my streams. I am not sure what I'm going to do about titles. I took off all the tags off of my channel. All of my tags are gone.
So did you get your stimulus check yet?
My stimulus check has already come and gone.
I haven't gotten mine yet.
Hufflepuff has not gotten hers yet.
Does she get? Do you pay for her medical? Out of
No.
curiosity. Okay. Have you
No.
checked on healthcare.gov if she has a 1095?
I know she has one because they send her one.
You fill out the 8962 form.
I did not fill out any forms for
That
her.
is
I
fine.
was under the impression. I
Because
was under the impression I didn't have to.
if you get a 1095 form for her, you have to fill out an 8962 for her.
Yeesh.
Although
I will do
I
that.
can give you the information, the fax number for where to send it.
Mm.
Because I just went through sending mine today. Because
Yeah,
that's when I received my stimulus check yet.
The other thing that I've got to do is make sure that that doesn't put her over the limit as well.
So what, are they going to count the stimulus check against whatever limits she has?
Legally, they're not allowed to,
They're not allowed
but I am a
Yeah.
military brat, and they illegally docked my sister every single month while my dad was in the military. So I'd rather not play that game.
Yeah,
One thing
no.
to make sure to do, like anyone whose name is Jennifer has to fill out form number 8675-5309. If you don't fill that one out,
Okay.
well,
Yeah, no. I actually called it like the 30th of May to find out what was going on with my stimulus check. They told me if you don't receive it by June 15th, give us a call back in because it's in the error department. They supposedly pulled it out of the error department and you should be getting your check in 3 weeks. Well, called back on the 15th of June because it was still saying, we don't have enough information. We're working on it. And the guy finally said, oh, well, you have had health care for 7 months. So you need to get this form and fill out this form and either fax it or mail it. Now, if you mail it, it's going to take 21 days to go through the processing, and then 6 to 8 weeks later, you'll get it. But if you fax it, within a few days, they'll get it, and then you wait 6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah.
crazy pants, because mine just arrived really fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mine arrived and my dad's arrived. And again, like I said, I got to make sure that that won't put Hufflepuff over because especially my state is trying to look for any excuse to get her off of Medicaid because they actually have to pay for her, and they don't like it.
So, can you give me a little context here and tell me who the heck you're talking about when you say Hufflepuff?
Little sister.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, see, Tornado, thankfully, only makes $9,200 a month or a year.
92,
So-
I'd like to make
I would
9,200 or
love
more.
to make $9,200 a month.
He makes $9,262 a year. So that
That's
$1,200 that he
about-
got
Yeah.
didn't even come close to putting him over.
What is he
Well, the
making
thing
from?
is-
Does he have a job?
Is that
No, SSI.
Oh,
yeah?
So
The thing is that you're not.
the 1980s then.
Yeah, the thing is that you're not allowed to have over $2,000 worth in assets, and yeah,
I have $50,000 in assets. Technically,
Yes,
because I have a
but-
house.
that is yours, not his.
Right. It's in my name, not his, but he doesn't have any assets. So yeah.
But the check for her, because she tries to save a little bit up for emergency purposes,
Uh-huh.
could easily put her over.
Yes.
I have to know how much she has first before I even try this nonsense.
Right.
Because like I said, with how much they pay out for her medical,
Right.
they always look for excuses to take her off.
I actually have a
I'm
35.
surprised they even tried to pull that for me. I mean, that brain surgery was like hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Well,
There's-
I
yeah.
have a.
In case
have
anybody's
a-
listening in, I probably shouldn't say anything, but what the hell? That's why I bought a safe. I bought a
I
safe so I
have-
can put cash into it eventually, and I won't have anything anybody knows about.
Right. Well, I have a $35 credit coming for the healthcare credit because I paid out $35 more than I should have. Or because they were supposed to, they only gave me $541 a month, and my payment should have been $545 or $546 is what it came to. So yeah.
Every dollar
Yay.
wherever you can get it.
$5 a
Yeah.
month for 7 months. That's $35 they owe me.
Yeah, Major, on SSI feels stuck on it. Well, that's what they do. Yeah, they get you stuck on it. They say, okay, yeah, neener, you're stuck. You
Well,
can't do shit.
Thankfully, if I go to work, my income does not count towards him.
Yeah.
So it is totally separate.
Yeah, there are some good things, like my income and my dad's income don't count against her because holy shit if it did and we had to pay her insurance.
Oh
That would bankrupt the hell out of us.
Well, I'm barely making my insurance payments at $21.75 a month.
Her insurance would be way higher than that.
Right. Mine's not full coverage either. I pay a copay. If I have to go into the emergency room, I pay 25% of the bill, which is, oh my God, expensive.
Oh, yes.
Uh-huh. My copays are $10 a copay. And if I have to go to a specialist, I have to pay 10%, I think.
Yeah,
No,
her medicines
$10.
alone cost $400 a month.
Ugh.
Just her medicines, not
Yeah.
her supplies, not any doctor's visits, not what they pay me.
Mm-hmm.
And if my sister were to get kicked off, that would also affect me because then I would have to try to get her back on so that we could have a caregiver so that I could go out and work. And the thing is that people don't realize this is I could technically pay somebody to do, or not me, because I'm not, but we could technically pay somebody to do what I do, but she would get even less hours out of them than she does me.
Oh, I know.
Because I get paid about $10 less on average than a social worker would. I don't know what the proper term for the specific kind of social worker she would have.
Live-in nurse.
It wouldn't be live-in. It would not be live-in, but yeah.
Then it would be a hospice care, basically. They come in, they take care of her, then they leave.
Yeah, and she would probably I only get paid for about 15 hours a week. If we were to do hospice care, she'd probably only get 5, maybe 10 if we convinced them to up it a little bit. So I would still wind up doing all of the shit that I'm doing, but I'd also have a job.
On top of everything else.
On top of everything else, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I still haven't heard from the people that I applied to. So, joy. Because there's you can get subsidies, caregiver subsidies, if you do the caring yourself. But I applied, but I haven't heard from them yet.
Yeah, that'll
And
take
it's
forever. Don't worry about that.
well, it depends upon your level of necessity.
Yeah,
And
if they think it's an
unfortunately,
emergency, if they think it's an emergency, they'll actually push for it pretty hard because while
Yeah.
they hate paying caregivers, especially
Right.
family caregivers, they
Mhm.
found out that long term it's actually cheaper to go ahead and do that than
Yeah.
it is to just let everything slide and have them like wind up in ERs and shit.
Mhm. Well,
So,
see, the problem for us is he doesn't need medical help. He doesn't need specialist help. It's mainly just keeping him focused on tasks, cleaning his room, taking a shower, cooking
yeah.
for him, cleaning house for him. Those are things that he doesn't do. So I end up doing them all. The problem is what happens if I get a job and there's an
Yeah,
emergency at home? I
yeah.
have to leave and take care of the emergency. God knows if he has the tendency to walk off while he's cooking.
No, you don't want them to burn the
Uh,
place down.
yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
He walked off one time while trying to cook macaroni and cheese, and I was laying down and I was like, so I got up and I checked it, and there was barely an inch water left in the pot.
Oof.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, so
With
he
So
didn't cook it dry.
yeah.
That's a good thing.
yeah, well, no, I caught it because the kitchen is right beside my bedroom.
Yeah,
So
With Hufflepuff, there's just things that she cannot do.
right.
Um, like calling in her prescriptions, the things where they
Hmm.
tell you push this button to do this,
She
can't do
wouldn't
it.
know what the button is.
I have tried to teach her. I've tried to do it in as non-stressful a way as possible, and it's just
Mm,
too much for her. She can't. Those are things that I
uh,
have to do. Paperwork.
monetary
If you
paperwork.
if you if you let her sit down and do her paperwork, she will completely skip over things, and you'll have to
Yeah.
like go back and like be like, you missed this and you missed that. Um, Following
Money.
directions, she can follow a direction. You give her
Hmm.
more than one, it's over.
Yeah, you have to
If you
go
have to,
do
if you
this.
have to go, if you have to go over there, and you've given her two directions, she's gonna forget everything after the and.
Yeah, you go over there. When she gets there, you go do this. When she
Mm-hmm.
does that, you say this is what you need to do next. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Tornado's thing is
she
money.
can't. Oof.
Yeah, he would spend whatever he would spend what he wanted on whatever he wanted and not pay the bills.
Not good. Not good.
Right. Which is why I get the money and I pay the bills.
Yep.
And then if we have extra left over, he's like, "Mom, do we have enough to get this?"
Mm-hmm.
My sister is the opposite. She will do stuff like we'll go out and we'll be like, okay, you got to bring money if you want to like have
Hmm.
something like a little souvenir or what have you. Or we always make sure that no matter what, if we go out as a family, everybody
Hmm.
gets taken care of food and drink wise. I
Right.
mean, it's basically like we all pitch in when we can, and if we can't, Dad covers us.
Right.
But she will literally forget the money at home.
Oh, yep.
And we'll
Yep.
be like, so you want to pick something up? She says, I forgot my wallet. Well,
Yeah.
sorry, we're not covering you.
Hmm.
The other thing with her is because of her directions thing, she can't follow a recipe unless she's
Oh, she
done the
can't cook.
recipe a number of times with me and
Hmm.
has memorized how to do the recipe. Because what happens is you'll have like a bunch of directions. She can't scan. So she'll start with number one and do number one. And then when it comes time to go and do the second direction, she'll have to reread number one and read number two and then go do the second one.
I
And
have a
then when she comes back, she has to read one, two, and then three, and then do three.
I have a question. There's a way to work with that is put the directions on like note cards. And then when she finishes direction 1, tuck it away. Then she has direction 2 in front of her. Tuck that away when she does that. And then direction 3, so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? Would that work?
Yeah, and if I chopped everything up for her because she doesn't like working with knives,
Uh-huh.
she
Yeah.
might be able to do that. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Sometimes it takes an outside person.
Yeah.
That is what it is.
Yeah.
But I'm used to doing stuff like that because we had my best friend's daughter, Catherine, she can follow directions, but you have to do the broken directions. You know what I mean? That's why I was saying, go here. When she gets there, do this. When she does that, now this, and so on and so forth. And she would get note cards, and she could follow or pick out the stuff she needed with that note card. But if you didn't have the note card, she couldn't do it. And Catherine is unable to speak most words. For example, a horse is a cow. A donkey is a cow. A cow is a cow. A giraffe is a cow. Everything's a cow except for a dog or a cat. So, yeah. A duck is a
Yeah.
cow. It's funny sometimes, but she can't verbalize, so you have to break things down because she can't tell you where she's confused.
Yeah, and sometimes Hufflepuff goes partially nonverbal, and I have to do a bit of guesswork with her
Yeah.
as to what is going on,
Yeah.
which throws people off because she can hold a conversation very easily,
Mm-hmm.
and they just assume that there's no mental differences.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, I'm a horrible, overprotective human being for not letting her handle things herself. And it's just like, you don't see the bad times.
Yep.
You only see when she's talking and
Yes.
doing well.
God knows I deal with that with my mother all the time. You should let TC do more things. He's doing fine. He should go out and go to school. And who's going to keep an eye on him at school? Well, he's smart enough to do things by himself at school. No. It's not about smarts. It's about common sense. And his ability to cope with stressful situations. We've all heard him on movie night. Yeah, something goes wrong on his computer. His computer has a problem. Oh my God, the yelling and the screaming and the cussing and the threats to destroy something. And it's like, you break it, I'm not buying you a new one.
Man, I know that feeling though. I love taking a line from one of Patton Oswalt's routines where he said, I want someone to be sad and I want to know I'm responsible.
There you go.
I've so been there. There's just the sheer number of times where my life has gone in ways that I really wish it wouldn't. And I'm like, I need catharsis big time, but it's not enough to just let it all out.
Yeah.
I kind of want someone to feel what I'm feeling.
Well, I can't tell you the number of times that I get an FU. Or, shut up, bitch. And people don't understand. Yes. Yes. So this is what I'm saying. You guys have seen, even when he's yelling, you've seen the good side. You haven't seen the angry, foul creature he can be. You've just seen him ranting. But Triatal knows what I'm talking about. When they're having a bad day, and it's not necessarily the same kind of bad day. For her, it might be upset.
Yeah, for her, it's more, she tends to be more quiet, and you might as well just be talking to her about rainbows and ponies. Nothing's going to process.
And unicorn shit and rainbows. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, with Tornado, it's more a matter of you take the verbal punishment, and then 20 minutes later he comes and he apologizes and says, I was just angry. Because that's how his conduct disorder is, either upset or angry. There is no moderation. And it all depends upon the situation.
Yeah.
And he's gotten better, but there are still days.
Yeah, she hates fighting or anything that she views as conflict and will avoid conflict.
Right.
So, which is one of the biggest issues that we've had with this, because there are times where she, honest to goodness, should speak up, but does not, because even though it wouldn't end in a conflict, she's so averse to the thought that it might become one that she just won't say anything.
And Tornado's the exact opposite. He likes conflict. He likes to confront whatever's upsetting him. So, I have to be the moderator.
That to a small degree, degree. But yeah, it's...
most people don't understand just how tiring it is and how tired you are all the time.
Yeah, I think I got off kind of easy with Hufflepuff, to be honest. The biggest problems that I usually have are not her, it's all the
people around her.
People.
Yes.
So how is it you ended up taking care of her if she's your sister?
My mom used to, and my mom got cancer and passed away about 4 years ago.
Oh, that'll do it.
Yeah, I was taking care of her before my mom passed away, but I've been taking care of her for about 6 years now. And just, most of it's mundane stuff. Most of it's, making sure the house is clean, making sure that her room is organized enough so that she doesn't kill herself tripping all over all the things in there. Making sure she gets to her doctor's appointments. And honestly, while I am mad that I don't get paid as much as I think I should, I also am kind of glad that I do get paid at least enough that I don't have to work a job on top of this, because jobs don't like it when you say, hey, I have to take off time work because I got to go to the doctor again for like the third time this month.
Right. And that's how I lost my job at Walmart, because between working and having to take Tornado to doctors, or him getting in trouble at school and getting suspended and having to be there because I don't have a caregiver for him when he's not in school, or he's sick and he can't go to a caregiver's because he's running a fever. Yeah.
Yeah.
All those fun things.
Why being suspended is supposed to be a punishment. It's like, oh, vacation. Yay, I think the punishment should be more school.
Not at my house.
Well, okay, but that's not really, you get what I'm saying, though.
Yes.
Yeah. It depends on the house.
Yeah. Well, see, Tornado, when he got suspended, would end up spending the day in his room with no toys. No computer games, no toys, no TV, nothing. Not that he had a TV in his room, but yeah. And if he wouldn't do what I told him, he'd stand in a corner in the living room with me watching him. So I don't know who got punished more, me or him.
You probably did.
Probably.
When I was at a babysitter, me and this other kid, we got in trouble and were told to stand in a corner. Now, we had gotten in trouble for fighting with each other. But for some reason, while we were standing in the corner, and like we glanced over at each other and just started giggling. And our babysitter was like, "You two aren't supposed to have fun. Knock it off." And we just could not stop giggling at each other. It was like, gee, I suspect we may have just made up, and the punishment, while apparently ineffective, was also effective in some fashion.
Yes, it worked. However warped it was.
Like
that's
we managed to make peace with each other. So really, what's
Yeah.
the problem?
exactly, that was the whole point, which the babysitter didn't get. Better
Yeah.
to have peace than arguments. So yeah.
Yeah,
But-
my roommate had some kids, and
And they were
the cousin was really really close, and one of the cousins was super close to one of the kids, and those two were like brother and sister. And I found out that the best punishment for them was having them in separate rooms.
Yep. That'll do it.
They were just like, no, don't put us. I'm like, nope, y'all separate rooms, 10 minutes. They're like, no, please, nope, separate rooms now.
You go to that room, you go to that room. Don't the two of you talk to each other. You shut up and be quiet. Yeah, I had to do that with my boyfriend and my son.
Yeah, and it's always fun when you have to do it to a boyfriend.
Yeah, he was 33 years old, and I had to tell him, turn around, face your computer, don't talk to TC, don't look at him, ignore him. TC, go to your room, don't talk to him, stay in your room, chill out.
Well, that makes the ignoring him a lot easier.
Yeah. Well, 33-year-old man.
Well,
And a week after that, I told him, you got to go. I can't do this anymore. I don't care how much I like you. I don't care how much I love you. You are causing too much strife in my home. Get the fuck out. My child will always come first. I don't care if you are God's gift to women. Go away. He didn't like that answer too much, but better the peace in my house than the strife I was having. Because he told Talon he had gotten up to do something, and Talon was standing by his computer looking at his screensaver. And Chris came up and said, if you touch my computer, I'm going to kill you. And at that point in time, Tornado did not get sarcasm. He was only 8, I think, which means mentally he was probably 4 or 5 if I'm lucky. So, of course, he burst into tears, and I came home about a half an hour later, and he's like, Mom, Chris threatened to kill me. I'm scared. Make him go away. Oh. Yeah.
I
So,
can't begin to tell you just how glad I am that I'm never having kids.
well, I
Oh.
won't date again because of it. I won't.
I am not having children. I already have Elmer and my sister, and that is it for me.
Elmer's
Elmer now?
is your dog, right?
Cat.
Or your cat? Cat.
Cat.
Yeah, I
Those
got
two are enough.
plenty of responsibility, believe me.
Yeah,
mean-
people.
Kids are
Go ahead,
so
Nate.
expensive.
Yes, you have 2 fur babies. I have 3 fur babies, plus my kid. Although
I
2
have
of my fur
one.
babies are getting old.
So you have fur babies and a crotch goblin.
Yes. Although I guess he was more like a belly goblin. He didn't come out my crotch.
Yeah, but he got put in there that way.
He was an
That's true.
alien. He was a belly burster.
Usually they're chest bursters, though.
I know, but with the way he sat and as long as he was 18 inches long when he was born. He was long for as small as he weighed. He was only 4 pounds 3 ounces.
How tall is he now?
5'11" and a half.
Okay.
I'm 5'3".
Yeah.
He was tall, he was long enough that he could put his feet on my hip bones and stretch, and he would raise my ribs and push my ribs outward.
Well, it's a darn good thing he was born as a baby.
Yes. God, I couldn't see him being born as a toddler. Oh, that child grew like a weed. But they did a BMI on him in 2015, and he is below average on his BMI.
Well, that doesn't
What
shock me.
the Musical Copyright Association? That one.
Yeah, no, body mass
That's
index. Yeah. He only weighs 140 pounds at 5'11" and a half.
that's a little on the thin side. That is.
Yes, he is skinny, but it's not from lack of eating.
This sounds remarkably like the way I've described myself as a young adult.
Well, you have to keep in mind his height is not unusual for my family. My Uncle
Still.
Russell, which is my mom's brother before he died, was 6'7".
Still, I'm
Right.
5'9.5", and I
Yeah.
used to weigh like a scary small amount in high
Mhm.
school. Now, I've told the story about how people would accuse me of being like anorexic or bulimic,
Yeah.
despite having watched me eat a burger the size of my own head and then hang out with me nonstop for several hours, giving me no opportunity to wharf it up. But I was
Right.
still pretty scary thin.
Well, my sister was 5'6" and only weighed 130 pounds all through high school. Which that's not all that thin, but you look at me, I was 5'3" and 165 pounds. But I was also a 38 double D.
Mm.
So 30 pounds of that was my boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
But
just too much boob.
my cousin is 6'6". My brother's 6 foot. Talon's dad is 6 foot. So yeah, height runs in the family. I am the shortest person in my family. My brother's 6 foot. My sister's 5'6". My mom was 5'6". She shrunk, and I'm 5'3".
And now I've got a really annoying song in my head. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
You ever hear, what is it? I don't even know if this is the actual title of the song, but it starts out with 5'2", Eyes of Blue. It's like, I think it's vaguely barbershop quartetting. 5'2", eyes of blue, and oh, what those 5 feet could do. Has anybody seen my gal? That one. I don't
I know
know.
which one you're talking about. I've heard it
Yeah.
before, but I don't know who did it. Oh, what time is it? Oh, 10:30. Oh.
It's howdy doody time.
Well, my
Yeah,
mother
that's
has
what it is. It's referenced or
decided.
something.
Well, my mother has decided to turn Ray's SUV over to the bank.
Say that again?
My stepdad, who died, he had bought a SUV that's still owned by the bank. They were making payments on it.
I was kind of
And
hoping you'd repeat yourself verbatim so I could understand what you had said.
Okay, my mom has decided to turn Ray's SUV back over to the bank.
Ah, that's why I was getting confused because I heard raise as in RAISE.
Oh no, because it's she doesn't want to make the payments on it. It's too big of a vehicle for her, and if she gives it back to the bank, then it cuts her insurance cost in half because she has to have full coverage insurance on both vehicles. So I get to go to the bank with her tomorrow, driving one of her vehicles. Joy of joys. And then she's going to drive me back to her house, and I'm going to pick up my car and drive the piece of shit beater home. I'm so looking forward to it.
You know, it's funny. I really wish I'd gotten that scooter I've been talking about before the pandemic. Because for a
Mm.
while there, the roads were, or at least the highways were all but deserted, and it would have given me a chance to practice.
Ah.
Because I do not like the idea of getting onto the highway when it's well populated. You know, like if I get the
Mhm.
scooter, I'm probably going to practice highway driving at like 2 a.m. Well, I mean, what else am I going to do? I need to gain confidence on the road.
Right, but how
Because
fast does the scooter go?
about 70, 75.
Okay, that's
The
not
one,
really a
one thing that
scooter.
they didn't exactly teach us at the motorcycle safety course was how to drive on the highway. I mean, they taught us intellectually. They just never, when we had our, like our course days, our field days, we never went out onto the highway. We stayed in this rather large parking lot. So I know how to drive
Yeah.
around downtown if I want to, but getting onto the highway is actually a different animal because you actually have to
Yeah.
steer completely differently.
Yeah.
So I
It-
really wish I'd had the opportunity to gain a little more confidence before I got that scooter.
yeah. Goodness. Ooh, big yawn.
Oh, well,
Mm,
what you gonna do?
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
life is life.
I'm
Not
I'm
all options sometimes.
have there been any more uh developments on a second stimulus check? Does anybody know?
I
I
know
have
nothing.
not heard
Yes.
anything for at least a month.
I doubt we're gonna get one, even though technically, honestly, at this point, I think that we should be paying people monthly. But
Of course we should.
Hmm.
We need a UBI, a proper UBI.
Yes.
And
yeah,
I'm wondering, where do they think consumers are going to come from? I mean, I suppose they could start or exporting United States goods to other countries and expect them to buy our shit. But
Mm,
if everyone runs out of money in this country because nobody's working, who do
right.
they think is going to buy whatever they're making? After a
Exactly.
Why would
while, that
anyone
money's
offshore
run
want
out.
to? Why would anyone offshore want to buy anything of ours after the way the administration has screwed up trade deals?
Well, with or without that, though, I mean, I still want to know what their thinking is. Are they just planning short term? Do they just not
Yes.
care? I mean,
they
what's going
don't care. They
Yeah,
don't
they don't care.
care. It's they think that they can push everybody just back into work and everything's gonna be fine, and that's that. And it's like that's not how that's gonna work right now.
on? Mm-hmm.
I consider myself lucky. I don't have to leave the house to go to work,
No,
but
same here.
but I mean, technically speaking, I'm being paid by the government, so I'm not really adding anything in that direction. But it just seems like they're like, okay, well, we didn't like this game of everybody staying home, so now you all have to get out and work. And it's just like, yeah, but if everybody's dead, who the fuck are you going to boss around and take the money from?
Mm-hmm. I don't
Like,
know.
Oh
It's
well,
just
there will
weird.
always be more
I'm never
poor.
sure. I'm never. I know there's like what is it called, Hanlon's razor, where you shouldn't attribute to evil what can be adequately explained by stupidity. But the truth is that I'm never sure. They look remarkably the same when they come out of the elite establishment.
I the thing with you should never attribute malice stupidity thing is uh I can understand giving a little bit of benefit of the doubt for malice in a lot of situations, but I think we've gotten past the point where we can really question that, or at least I feel that way. Like, I honestly think that they don't care about anybody but themselves and their money at this point.
Hmm.
So close enough to evil, then.
Yeah, it's I, like, because if they cared, there would be pushes for, like, things to change because it's very, very fucking obvious at this point very fucking obvious at this point that there needs to be something more than band-aid fixes or outright ignoring the problem.
Well, if
Yep.
there's anything that has typified the Trump presidency, and I hate even saying those words together, it's head meets sand, bury, bury, buried. Because,
Yep.
like, remember when the pandemic started, Trump did his best to ignore it, like he was hoping it would just go away. And, like, it obviously didn't. And if he really wanted to soothe his ego, if he wanted to seem like a hero to people, what he should have done was step up like a boss and lock us the hell down to make sure it didn't get too big.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, let's face it, like, obviously his thinking was, well, if we get the plague here, it's going to make me look bad. We can't have me looking bad, so we can't have the plague here. Let's just ignore it and it'll go away. But looking like a hero, really like stroking his ego, would have been, oh shit, I'm going to be the superhero that saves everybody from this horrible thing by taking action. I mean, that's how I'm thinking about it. If I wanted to look like a hero, that's what I would have done as president.
Yeah, but putting everybody on lockdown means they're not making you money.
Yeah, but the thing is, Trump cares more about his ego than money, I think.
That may be true, but the thing is that Trump is not the only. Well, yeah, on Trump's end of things, I can see that, but on the Republican end of things,
Well, I mean, he has a proven history of going with what the last person who spoke told him. Like, I mean, this is documented where, you know,
yeah,
one person, he goes, oh, that sounds like a good idea. Here's the next person, oh, that sounds like a good idea. Lather, rinse, repeat. That's been his attitude. And I mean, he just has no idea what he's doing. He doesn't know how to govern. So if someone whispered in his ear to lock us down and make sure nobody gets the virus, he might have done it. You know, if people said to him, you'll look like a hero for doing this, he would have gone, probably, really? I like looking like a hero. Let's do this.
yeah. Unfortunately, that is not what happened.
Well, no. But, I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just. And then I live in Florida with Mom NATO. And
Yep.
she knows how it is down here right now. Did you know that for the past, I think it's been 4 weeks, the first week they had 3 block parties, but now they have a block party every Friday night, and they invite the entire
God.
neighborhood and all of the children. And I'm like, look, it'd be one thing if you fuckers would like get the disease and die yourself and not pass it on to anybody, but that's not how viruses work. So can you all please
Go the fuck away.
stay home, don't bring your goddamn children.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether it's worse, but like my apartment complex has a courtyard, and there are people constantly throwing like barbecues with not a scrap of social distancing, not a mask to be found. And some of my neighbors, in fact, the people who live directly below me, brought their 1-year-old to one of these. I'm sitting there thinking, my goodness, you people are idiots. I don't even know what to do. And the sad part is, part of me kind of wants to join in, because who doesn't love a good barbecue? But I also like being alive a lot more. So I'm not attending these things, much as I kind of
Yeah.
want to. But I mean, this is like, what, 30, 40 feet from my windows that they're doing this. I mean, fortunately, I'm on the second floor, but still.
Yeah, and it's like I am struggling very hard to tell my little sister she can't go anywhere. You know, this is really fucking hard on her. And people are just like, yeah, we're gonna party now. And I'm just like, you're just fucking prolonging this. You just stayed home for a little while, only went out when you absolutely needed to, wore the masks, social distanced,
Oh,
we wouldn't be doing this for nearly as long. There are countries that are fully opening back up because they've beaten the damn thing.
they stayed locked down for 3 months or more. Not this bullshit of, oh, it's been a month. We're safe.
You know what I can't even picture is what it's like to be a school kid right now. You know, like elementary or junior high. I'm sure high school is a different like animal as far as what the kids
Mhm.
are feeling. But I mean, being on lockdown, especially during your goddamn summer vacation, how much must that suck?
Yeah.
You know? So it's like I can't even picture childhood right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the thing is like I understand you want to give your kids like happiness and don't want them to be stressed and traumatized by all of this,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not doing your kids any favors. And it's one thing when the adults fuck up and it only messes with the adults. It is a whole nother ball game when you are screwing up your kids.
Yep. Well, it's
Yeah.
like I've listened. The numbers in Florida have jumped significantly every single day.
Well,
They're saying that we
Uh,
only had 5,600 today as far as the spike goes.
oh wow.
Bullshit. It's
Bullshit.
probably closer to the 9,000 that they were
Right.
reporting a couple of days ago.
Well,
Right.
yeah, Zephyr
Well-
had said something about 9,600 in one day a little
Yeah.
while back. Keep in mind now, 9,600 is the population of the township I live in.
Right. Crystal River in the month that we are open, we've been open. When we first opened, Citrus County only had 112 cases, and of those 112, 12 of them were in Crystal River. Okay. Crystal River has gone up to 200 cases since we opened. Just the city from 12. We
Well, you
went
know-
from 96 in Citrus County to 204 in less than 2 weeks.
Well, you know, San Diego has like what a couple thousand. Like, I think it's like 1,200 cases for about what, like 1.7 million people, kind of thing. So I mean, it's not that bad here, and people are mostly being pretty safe. So you know, it's not that bad here. I'd hate to be in New York right now,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because that's kind of an epicenter right there for this country.
Oh, it's gonna be, we're about to get a really bad jump in about a month or so. No, wait, no, it's more like 2 months. But we're gonna have a super bad jump when the RNC comes into town because they're basically saying, hey, we don't want to do any social distancing or masks. That's why we left North Carolina and came
Yep.
down here. And
Yep.
what's going to be doubly bad is it is going to be an extremely violent day
Is it?
because it is the RNC is coming on Axe Handle Saturday,
What's
a
that?
day when the KKK attacked people leaving after a sit-in
Yeah.
on the 1960s.
Crystal River is up to 209, or Citrus County is up to 291 cases, 13 deaths.
Yeah, we've got about 200 or 300 deaths, I think, here.
Uh-huh. We
We
had
only have
7 new
6
cases in Crystal River yesterday. Just in Crystal River.
We've only had 64 reported deaths, but that doesn't sound right
I wonder if
here
there's
in
a
Duval
way.
County.
I wonder if there's a
Oh.
way to check whether or not you're a carrier. Like I know they can test whether or not you have it, but I
Mhm.
wonder if there's a way to test whether or not it can affect you.
I don't
I don't
think
know.
there is. Um,
I mean, imagine the freedom of discovering that you just can't get it, and all you really have to do is wear a mask to make sure you don't give it to anyone else.
Mm.
it would open up so many more possibilities.
That would require people caring enough to actually develop a test because I'm pretty sure somebody probably could, but nobody really cares enough.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not that important, but it would still be nice to know.
Oh yeah. Um, oh, did y'all see that the new drug that they've come out with to treat COVID that's actually pretty good,
Oh
but they
yeah,
want to
that
charge
one.
$2,000, $3,000 for it?
Yeah. It's a lot of
What
money.
I saw was who was it that determined they could charge $7 or something like that, and still make a pretty nice
Yeah,
7%
it only
profit.
costs.
So of course they're going to charge
Yeah.
3,000. Yeah.
They got all of their research subsidized by the government because it's an important drug. Essentially,
Right.
most drugs actually are. And so we paid tax dollars for it. It only costs about $10 to actually create the
Yeah, that's the
drug
number,
itself,
Sam.
and $10 is an estimate. It's somewhere around there. They didn't specify, and they want to charge $3,000 for the treatment. It's like it's a fucking like it's either a pill or a shot. Like seriously.
Thing is, though, from the sound of it, it's just a treatment, not a vaccine.
Right.
It's not a
Right.
vaccine. It's a treatment. It increases your chances of living, and it also decreases how long you have to deal with COVID. I think they said that it shaves off 3 or 4 days off of your recovery time. So I mean, it's not a vaccine, but if you if you get over COVID faster, it also kind of increases your chances of making it through as well. So not by much, but it's better than nothing.
Still,
Yeah.
I would very much like something a little more prophylactic. Something that makes it like stop in its tracks and not infect you or not cause you to, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that takes longer to test. I think that's the problem.
And
that-
did you go on? I thought you were done.
And I might be wrong. I'm just basically guessing as well. But yeah.
Did you see these weird reports about how there seems to be a second virus that pigs get that can affect humans
Yes,
now?
I saw that one too.
It's like
Uh-huh.
even more infectious, apparently. I don't know how deadly it is, but it's apparently more infectious.
I know that there are people that are going to suffer permanent neurological damage because of COVID-19, the new strain.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like nature wants us dead, doesn't it? Like
Yeah.
the planet's had enough, and it's telling us to get the fuck out.
Yeah. See, I'm not against the whole death thing. I just don't want to die horrifically. If I could
See,
just...
Go on.
Oh, you
I'm done.
fucking idiot.
I thought I feel much the same way. I would like it if my method of death were not terribly unpleasant, but at the same time, I don't really want to die until I've done a bunch of the things that are on my bucket list, some of which are not yet possible.
What frustrates me is that our governor said today that we are not going to be closing down after reopening as thousands of new cases continue to be reported every day in Florida. Thousands. He is still determined to keep opening up Florida. And part of the problem is the doctors who are testing coronavirus patients aren't asking if they took part in protests or what they did, where they went, who could be exposed.
The thing
I
is
thought I was
that
good at wishful thinking, but nobody seems to be as good at wishful thinking and pretending something isn't real than the GOP.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that they have the amount of coronavirus cases is severe enough that they have postponed the fireworks in Crystal River because they do not want people to come out and get sick. They don't want it spreading.
That's an interesting little one that you mentioned about the fireworks. As I saw just before the show, our dear friend SJ was. I wonder if they're going to have professional fireworks this year. It's like,
No,
you are
not in Crystal
serious,
River.
aren't you?
Well, okay, it's one thing to wonder. It's quite another to like have a right wing flip out because they're not. I mean, credit where credit is due. I'm sure there's someone out there who thinks it's like a desecration of our rights, the flag, mom, and apple pie and baseball to not have the fireworks. I'm sure there's someone out there who's throwing the biggest hissy fit you ever saw because their 4th of
Yep.
July is ruined.
I would
Well,
rather have no 4th of July and be
it-
healthy.
Well,
So wait a
sure,
minute. If you're going to have no 4th of July, what's
right
going to come
finger
between the
out
3rd and the
there.
5th?
Oh, you know what's kind of funny? I accidentally made a typo earlier today, which would be weird if I purposely made a typo, but where I was trying to type right wing and it came out white wing, and I realized that's not much of a mistake, is it?
Not
Nope.
really.
I may have to
Yep.
start using that. I don't know.
5,266 new cases today in Crystal. I can't tell if this is supposed to be Crystal River or what.
That's Florida.
I'm
And
sure it's
that's
not-
Florida.
Wait, 5,000 cases just in Florida today? Are you sure it's not the country?
No, that's
No,
just
No, it's
Florida.
in Florida.
Son
No,
of a
it is just in
bitch.
Florida. This is why so many people from Florida are so pissed right now.
Okay,
Is because
an idea of how bad it is in places in Florida. Miami-Dade County has 35,000 cases, 975 deaths. Broward County, which is the places where they opened up the beaches first, 15,000. Palm Beach County, 13,000. Hillsborough County, which is the county next to mine, 10,000 cases and 135 deaths.
Hillsborough is right next to
The
us?
total number of deaths is 3,446 just in Florida.
Hey, wacky question. Do you think chlorine will kill the virus?
No.
No? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Well, swimming pools are clearly out.
Yep.
Or fuck does it?
yeah, and like I said, it's mind-boggling to me because people are basically having huge family gatherings and doing block parties and going to the beach.
Okay.
And
Well,
the thing is listen up, fuckers in Jacksonville.
yeah.
You want to go out? There are plenty of fucking places other than the beach, and none of them are crowded, and you got options. Go somewhere else.
Right. On
Thank you.
June 1st, the number of cases in Florida was only 667 new cases a day. By the middle of June, by June 13th, 15 days after they opened, they were up to 2,581 cases a day. 5 days later, 4,000. That's just examples. And yes, yesterday was a very bad day. 9,585 cases on the 27th. New
Literally over
cases.
9,000.
I mean, I realize people can recover from this thing, like a higher percentage recover than die. But at the same time, and of course, it can cause a lot of damage even if you survive it. But what I wonder is like, if and when this is all over and we don't have a pandemic anymore and everything opens up and it's okay, how many fewer people do you think there will be? Because I am picturing this weird sort of like survivor mentality of, yeah, I didn't get it. And I don't know. I mean, it just like, because obviously there's not enough people getting it and dying from it for us to turn into a wasteland where there's only a few survivors roaming
Right.
about. But I mean, I don't know, like, how will life substantially noticeably, significantly change because of
Well,
this virus?
I don't know. All I know is we have no listed recovered in Crystal River.
Well, okay, but I'm
One
still
recovered.
wondering, like, about those of
I,
us who survive it. I
yeah.
wonder what's going to, like, I shudder to think about what they will make us do to get on airplanes. I mean,
Oh
after the
yeah.
whole,
Wait,
like,
wait.
9/11 and shoe bomber and all of that, where we practically have to strip down and empty out
Yeah,
our suitcases and everything,
we're going
which
to have.
never is going to do any good,
Mhm.
and then it's like they'll probably force us to have a cheek swab at security or something to get on
Or
a
check
plane.
for fever.
Well, whatever, but the point is that
Yeah.
they're probably going to use this as an excuse to get even more strict at the damn TSA. And
Yep.
what else might change? I mean, because it seems to me like, well, hell, it wouldn't shock me to discover we genuinely have a few secessionist movements before Trump is out of office.
Oh yeah.
And if he's
God.
reelected, my gosh, those are going forward. You know they are.
Yeah.
So I mean, I just have to wonder, like, how is life going to noticeably, significantly, tangibly change for us, assuming we all survive it?
Really, there's chips in here if you want them. Corn chips. I don't want
That's
them.
kind of hard for me to imagine right now. Like, I know that there's going to be drastic changes,
Oh
but
yeah.
at the same time, I'm also watching people who
Are being
aren't
idiots.
phased by this at all.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering what it'll take to phase enough people for those changes to occur.
Well, I know I don't go out to the stores without a mask. I don't
Me,
have gloves, but I have hand sanitizer in my purse. So, uh I'm doing what I can with what I have available. But I think any of these people who are wandering around without masks right now, they're idiots. I don't want to get sick. I can't afford to get sick and die.
well, they're washed in the blood of Jesus, so it's not going to affect them in any way.
Oh.
Ugh.
People keep sending me that West Palm Beach video. Please stop. I already know it's stupid down here. I don't need to see it.
West Palm Beach. I
I
missed
have
that video.
exercised the
Oh.
demons. This house is clear.
Oh boy.
It was basically like, I think, an hour of like people getting up and basically saying, y'all should have more faith. God is going to protect us. How
God
dare
isn't gonna
you
do
disrupt God's
shit.
plan?
God isn't gonna do shit because this has nothing to do with God. And everything to do with man.
I was just basically like, can y'all stop tagging me in this? Like, I see this, I know this, I live with it. I don't live in West Palm
Hey,
Beach, but I
Tria.
have friends who do. Please stop.
Yeah. Wave for
Now, if
tornado.
you want to send
He
me
can't
stuff
hear
like
you.
a funny, if you want to
Hello.
send me,
Tornado saying hi.
oh hey,
Dr.
He can't
Rosnier.
see your hand. You have to
But-
wave it more in front of your face.
but
She said
like,
hi.
if you want to send me stuff though, like the guy that was like strumming on the guitar saying "shut the fuck up and put your mask on," send me shit like that.
There's somebody who did that. Oh, you have
Yes,
to.
it was. Yeah, I'll find it. It was basically
I
like,
can look it up. Hold on.
he was just basically repeating "shut the fuck up and put your mask on" over and over again. It was,
Okay. Nah.
hold on.
Plumbing.
It
Guitars.
was on
Yes.
TikTok. I do not go on TikTok. I wait for people to stuff because TikTok is
Let's see if I can find it on YouTube. Okay, okay, I think I found it.
Well, that's
okay. I have to listen to
I
it.
have a very adorable Columbia.
It's on Twitter.
my lap.
Yeah, it's on YouTube
Cool.
too.
Columbia is a very cute baby.
She
Yes.
is.
Okay, here we go.
That's really quiet.
Huh?
I said that's really, really quiet.
Yeah, but I can hear it. But then again, I know what the video says. Let me see if I can send it to y'all. Hold
Here, I
on.
got it. Hold on. I got it. It's on YouTube now. Or a version of it is on YouTube. That's what I was just listening to. Okay, here we go. It's kind of cute. There we go. Okay. In internal chat.
Hmm.
Now that I have the YouTube link, I will be sending it to friends. Because we need it down here in Florida.
Friends?
Yeah, I have a couple of those down here. There are a few people in Florida who are not absolute selfish idiots. It's
I
rare,
wear my mask.
but it happens. Zaphod is pretty cool. Despite the fact that he's another Duval County person.
Hmm.
I love my home, but it is trash, and I know it is trash. What are all these links, Amiga Nuts?
Oh, he's busy shilling. He's putting up the YouTube, etc. links for everybody who's in here or has been in here, has thought of being here, has once been here but decided never to come back. A few other things like that.
Yeah, because I don't recognize a lot of these names. Are these new people, or am I just oblivious?
Some are those who don't come by as often as the regulars, but they are still loved. Well, what can I tell you?
So I just got a message from that friend of mine who's in the Navy and is also in Italy, the one who was going to get me that Nintendo Switch.
Mhm.
And he still is. The problem is that it turns out he can't order it from the military, but they have them on base. So he's
Mhm.
going to have to send me one from Italy.
Okay.
So that might take a while to get here.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, well. That's fine, though. I have no idea what that shipping is going to cost, but it's probably still going to be less than trying to buy one of these off eBay because they have marked them up to something like double their actual price.
Oh, good lad.
I know, right? But I mean, that was the problem: is Nintendo didn't know the COVID was coming, and so they ran out of Switches really fast.
Yeah, not from what I understand, they haven't really had a lot of Switches in stock in the first place. Like I know Bub's been looking for one for forever.
Well, they definitely started to disappear when the pandemic happened, just because, well, people were like, I need something to do, and well, what else is there but video games?
Yeah, it's similar to like how YouTube had a spike in traffic, although I think that's gone down a bit.
It also didn't help that like these switches are manufactured in China,
Yeah.
where production was way the heck down because, well, disease. So Nintendo Switch is hard to find, is my point, and I may have to have one imported from frickin' Italy.
Ooh. I'm
Yeah.
old.
And Tom keeps asking me to go visit in Italy, and I do have multiple friends there, but well, then the disease hit, and yeah, that kind of put the kibosh on that.
Yeah, I've had to postpone going and seeing friends for the same reason. It's like, even if I had the money, like, I'm not going to the airport. There's no way they can keep me safe. And there are probably even more idiots who will try to give me the Rona, because we know that when people get sick, they can't stay their asses home.
Yeah.
I was really thinking about visiting my friends in Seattle because it's been like, what, 3.5, maybe even 4 years now. And I would very much like to see them again. And I was very tempted to do the solstice parade again, which I haven't done in that many years. And then, of course, disease.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a friend in California that's begging for me to go see her, and then when I go see her, I have a friend in Oregon who's like, well, it's only a train ride away. You can hop a train, it's not all that expensive. Be on the train for about the same amount of time you would be on a plane, and then come see me because you're already over here.
So I
And
wonder,
I
like,
really want to do that.
places are still going to do Pride this year.
Mm.
I mean, because, well, let's face it, it's not exactly a right wing event. So I don't really count on the right wing going and doing it anyway, like they have been with everything else. But then again, I know what the crowds are like here in San Diego when the parade happens. And I can't even imagine that many people getting together in one place. But even if a third of them did it, it'd still be too damn crowded.
Yeah, unfortunately, um, Jacksonville is a couple of steps away from opening back up concerts and shit.
Oh
Because
God.
that's
Fucking
how
insane.
people make their that's how our city makes the most of its money is through concerts. People don't realize this, but Jacksonville is pretty festival music slash theater heavy, and uh, our mayor is itching to open those events back up.
Don't you also have an NFL team there?
Okay.
Yeah, we have an NFL team here too.
Okay.
Also, I don't know if I think they finally changed it to a different venue, but we used to host the Georgia Florida game and the University of Florida and the University and the basically the Gator Knowles game.
Okay, Tria, I have a funny
Well,
for
I
you.
wouldn't know about that. The main reason I know that is it the Jaguars that are there is because it was
Yeah,
a major plot point of a TV show I recently watched. Like
the Good
one of
Place.
the characters was this weapon. Yes, the Good Place. Yes, there's
Okay.
like this weapons grade fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars. Not gonna say any more because that would be spoilery, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Second link I posted. What would Disney songs be like if they were about the quarantine?
No jeepers.
Oh no.
First one
Um,
was Beauty and the Beast, and it starts out, "Wear your mask, wear your mask."
Hmm.
I linked
Yeah,
it in
no.
the internal chat, so.
The city is highly invested in having the Jaguars actually have a season, because my fucking city decided that we needed to pay into our stadium,
Oh,
and they added a swimming pool, a big screen TV,
ugh.
um did some stuff to like VIP seats, I don't remember what, and added like a children's like mini amusement park area, and
In other
used
words,
the
it was
taxpayer dollars to do it.
fucking
You know,
stupid.
if I was a member of that football team, it'd be really strange, but I would tell them to go suck it if they wanted me to play. Like, seriously, I would tell them, hey, not a chance.
Yeah, the thing is that um basically for them it's more important to play because they like the pretty money, and they will not
Yeah,
get the pretty money if they don't play.
Yeah, you can't
And
predict it if you're dead, can you?
no, you can't, but you and I are reasonable people.
Yeah, which is why I tell people suck it.
They are not so much.
Well, but my example was if I was on the team.
Yeah. Um, but
I'm
I'm still salty that they put all that money into the stadium. Like, I understand, like, if you're putting a little bit of upgrades in it for a long-term investment for the city, because that's a good way the city makes money. But that wasn't just upgrades. That was.
Okay, something I don't understand. You have a stadium. The stadium exists for sports ball teams to play inside the stadium. So, of course, you put in a swimming pool so the people in the swimming pool aren't watching the sports ball game. You put in an amusement park so the people who are at the amusement park aren't watching the sports ball game. What is all this shit? I mean, yeah, I just don't get it. I don't. Why even bother having the stadium if you're going to have the other shit?
Well, I mean, it's possible they do the other shit when the game isn't going.
Well, for example, there's a minor league baseball team a little bit south of here that has a swimming pool in their ballpark, and you know they're doing the swimming while the game is going on, and nobody's paying attention to the game because they're swimming in there. That sort of thing.
Yeah, but again, maybe they're not like maybe that pool is open when they're not having a game going, and maybe there's giant screens around the pool that let you watch. I don't know, but it seems to me that um I mean, maybe there are some chuckleheads who go during a game, but I'm sure that's not exclusively when that pool is open.
That I could not tell
Yeah,
you.
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Why would you pay so much extra to go to the pool when there are like 20 different options to go to a pool in this city, and most of them are free when they're open?
I don't know, because that's the pool where your favorite team plays. I don't know. I mean, why do kids insist that they want the Star Wars cereal with Darth Vader on the box when the cereal itself has nothing to do with Star Wars?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. It's bleh, it's still blah though.
Well, okay. I don't know. I mean, I'm purely guessing, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I'm just salty about the I think it was like $1 billion they put into that place. I think
Shit.
is what the total went up to.
Well, I
That
remember.
just go ahead.
Well, I remember people talking about what. I mean, I didn't hear about regular season, but Super Bowl tickets are like in the thousands of dollars. I imagine if people are paying through the snout to watch one of these football games, they probably make that billion back pretty quickly.
We haven't because people aren't going to the games.
Really?
Yes, they
Huh.
basically did all of this stuff to try to bring people in because our team kind of sucks and the management really sucks, and a lot of people aren't really going to these games.
Fair enough. Well,
And like
maybe
I
they
said,
overestimated.
yeah, they thought that having the pool there and stuff would bring people in, and I'm just like, and the people who aren't buying the tickets aren't going to go to your fancy little pool at the stadium when there's probably one closer and cheaper nearby and probably just as well maintained.
Yeah. You know, one of the few reasons I want to be rich is to have my own damn pool. Oh, damn it. I keep hitting the stupid mic. What the hell? Let me put that
I would
somewhere
if I
not
were
in
to
play.
be if I were to be rich, it would be to have somebody drive me around and never have to drive again.
Oh, no, I like to drive when I get the opportunity. But I would love to have access to a swimming pool. I'd probably never leave it.
Okay, so let's see. Driving Miss Tria. You're gonna have Morgan Freeman behind the wheel.
No.
And if I'm gonna
Uh,
have a dude with an awesome voice, it's probably either gonna be Samuel L. Jackson or James Earl Jones.
okay.
I don't know, Morgan Freeman. There's something weird about his voice I can't define, but it doesn't do it for me. But Samuel L. Jackson and James Earl Jones, big time. Well, I mean, hell, one of them's Darth Vader and the other one says motherfucker a lot. How can you go wrong?
No, the thing is that if I were living in a small town, I would actually be okay with driving, but Jacksonville is congested and full of people who do not know how to drive, and people who constantly try to kill us every time we go out on the road.
Oh, sorry, no,
I-
that was me.
Well, at
I'm
least
kidding.
you admit to it.
Yeah. Oh no, Fluffy, don't run away. Oh, silly kitty. She is very weird about when she leaves. Like Xander has to be evicted. He does not want to leave the lap. Columbia, on the other hand, sometimes she just gets this wild urge to leave.
Yeah, Elmer basically once he decides he wants your lap, you're done for.
Well, I mean, it's the same.
Sounds like
both humans, but
sounds like my
you know.
Miranda.
Yeah, it
You know,
basically
sitting in your lap is her Miranda rights.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. It is going on 11:15, so
It's
I'm
11,
going to
yeah.
head off and go to bed.
Yeah,
All
So I
well,
gotta be up early.
here
Talk
it's
to
a
you
lot
all
earlier
later.
than that, so neener.
Bye.
Have fun. Don't get
night
hurt
Monado.
by any monsters or anything.
Enjoy.
Night, night. Everybody have a good night.
I
Moo.
will, but not because you told me to.
Okay.
Hate being told what to do.
Ta prožně.
Yes.
Oh.
Apla.
And in
Yeah,
case
Elmer
anyone
will
wonders,
ignore me. Elmer will ignore me about 8-ish hours of the day, and then all of a sudden have this long, I want to sit in your lap for 3 or 4 hours, and now you're stuck.
Mhm.
Fortunately, I'm bigger and stronger than both of my cats. If I want to get up, I can fucking get up.
I'm a wuss. I can pick him up, but I don't want to because he's cute.
Well, there have been times though, like, you know, when a cat just sits on your lap and it's totally cool. But then there's that time when you're 10 seconds away from standing up, and the next thing you know, lap kitty.
Oh, that was
Yeah.
Miranda. Oh yeah. Or the other one is you had better make sure that everything was all taken care of before you sat down, because as soon as you sat down by the machine, boom, there's cat in the lap. And then if you had to go into the little girl's room, it's Miranda, I kind of gotta go over there.
Well,
I really gotta go, Miranda. And,
Like,
mhm.
this is another case where Columbia's better than Xander about things, but if I'm ever about to eat anything, Xander is immediately on my chair. Immediately. And also, like, I love Purple to death, and this is totally not his fault, but he sent a bunch of kitty treats along with those masks he sent me, and they came in fairly crinkly packages. Like, they made a very distinctive sound. And now, if Xander hears anything even vaguely crinkly, like, say, the plastic bag cereal is in, he is like an arrow, a laser beam going, oop, oop, crinkles, that means food. Now, I love my cat to death, but there are times when I think death is what he'll get.
It's
Yeah.
yeah.
Moo.
I have trouble with Elmer and with certain shaped bags because his treat bags look the same, and if I have food coming out of something that looks similar enough, he will start begging for food. It's like, no, this is not for you, little one.
Yes, it is.
Not at all.
Yes, it's
No,
for me.
that little bastard's not allowed to have any human food. I already have enough trouble giving him cat food. He's not getting human food.
You ever get like food that cats are gonna love? Say you have like a little bit of chicken or some bacon, you want to offer it to your cat, and so you hold it out to them, and if it's between your fingers, they won't take it. If it's on your palm, they'll insist on licking it off. But if you don't want to be licked, you kind of have to drop it on the ground for them to be willing to eat it. You ever have that happen?
Oh yeah.
I mean, if they could
Yeah.
just take it out of my fingers instead of having to like lick it off of a flat surface, it'd be a lot easier on everybody.
Elmer does not eat out of my hand. He refuses to. It has to go on the ground.
Hmm.
I have tried to get him to eat out of my hand, and he just won't. Um, even when I'm doing the paw trick with him, where he has to tap me with his paw, I still have to put it down on the ground. He won't take it from my hand.
And even more than Columbia, Xander really likes to lick me. And I'm not sure why. I think I'm just salty or something. But for whatever reason, I am almost constantly covered in a thin glaze of cat slobber.
Because you're not washing up properly. That's the problem.
I
You don't
suppose
know
that
how to
could
groom
be it.
yourself.
Well, I have to admit I've grown a little lax with this whole pandemic thing.
Yeah, I have a little bit too.
If this pandemic goes on for too much longer, I'll be able to braid my leg hair. Imagine that, like leg-based cornrows.
There you are.
That would look ridiculous.
Yes, but why bother shaving, to be honest? I mean, it was such a hassle before. Now it's like, why bother?
Well, I don't know. There are times it's nice to be well shorn.
Oh, hi,
I'm just
Purple.
saying. Wow, speak of the devil. That's right, Purple. We were talking about you behind your back, but fortunately for you, it was good things.
No, we said horrible shit about you, Purple. Nobody loves you.
Is he just a poor boy?
Mm-hmm.
From a poor family.
Yeah.
He gets no sympathy.
Now I have the song going through my head.
Yeah, well, that usually happens to me, so this time I'm actually quite glad that it's not me. That is not
Well,
an easy song to have as an earworm. Like, I don't think I've ever done it before.
it's very easy to get Bohemian Rhapsody in my head. It's one of my favorites.
I don't know. I personally am not the world's biggest fan of the song, but I absolutely adore Bohemian Polka. The Weird Al version.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That was actually pretty good.
Also, did you know that in Vermont there is a Rockingham Road in the town of Rockingham? How cool would that be if you were a band and have a concert in Rockingham? How cool would that be?
Moo.
Also, if this was Britain, I'm sure it'd be Rockingham instead of Rockingham, but everyone says ham here or there, or you know what I mean.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, I always find British pronunciations of things kind of funny.
Well, there are a couple of trends I've noticed, like a tendency to default to a sort of a sound with the letter A.
Yeah.
Or to say just A. One of my favorite moments in the TV show Mad About You is when the British couple living across from Paul and Jamie come over, and the wife, she says, "Oh, I've got a bit of a migraine," and Paul replies with, "Have you tried some aspirin?" That joke slays me, and yeah. Another weird one, like, if you're gonna watch a movie or a TV show that is a documentary about someone's life, what would you call that starts with the letter B?
Biography?
Well,
Oh, are you
but
talking
because
about the biopic thing and then the biopic?
yes, biopic, and the British call it biopic
Yeah.
instead of
Oh, yeah.
biopic. So little things like that where it's fun. Oh, I watched this one channel. Actually, I might have unsubscribed from them because they got very repetitive. But I was subscribed to this channel that was about like pop culture, mostly sci-fi and superheroes and stuff. And like they would talk about the movie Joker. And for some reason, they could not pronounce Joaquin Phoenix accurately. They kept calling him Whackin' Phoenix. And I was like, yeah, they're whacking Phoenix, like over the head or something.
That's
And
not all
enough
that hard.
people gave them enough shit about it that they finally started at least trying to pronounce it Joaquin, which is how it's supposed to be pronounced. So, yeah.
That's not even a hard name to pronounce.
It's not, but they have this weird tendency. It's not just in Britain, though. I'm trying to remember what the word was, but there was something that Jen from Australia was saying, and she kept saying it in this really. Oh, I remember now. Kent Hovind instead of
Oh,
Hovind.
yeah.
Yeah, Kent Hovind. And I'm like, I could see that if there was an E on the end of it, but it's clearly Hovind.
Yeah, that seems, if I remember correctly, all the Australians seem to do that.
Well, the British do too, though.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
maybe not specifically with Hovind, but there are a lot of things like that where the I comes out as an I sound when it shouldn't. Like eh seems an awfully rare thing.
Okay then.
And then there's also how the letter R tends to get a little mushy, which I think is why we say ass instead of arse here, because the AR sound in Britain comes out like an ah, so arse, rather than arse with a really harsh, distinct R sound. I think that's
Moo.
probably why we say ass, because we're trying to say arse the way we hear it instead of the way it's actually spelled.
Okay then, maybe.
It's a guess, but I think it's a reasonable one.
Amina's trying to get R and Raw in here.
that would be something else, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it totally would.
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that really not going to be able to see him this year, but that's just the way it goes.
Yeah. I don't know.
I'm kind of
like go to American Atheist next time around. The first couple of times I went, I was actually sponsored by a guy who paid for the tickets and hotel room, which was really cool. And you want nothing in return besides just, being nice to him. And that was about it. Like we're friends, even more like distant acquaintances, and that's about it. But it's still really cool. And he was talking about doing it again the next time we can actually go to one and be safe.
Oh my.
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Although, to be perfectly honest, I could totally afford it out of pocket right now.
Yeah, I don't know. If I kind of am sad because Purple was talking about now that he's in Minnesota, he was talking about kind of holding a barbecue
Mm.
and inviting a bunch of people to that.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
would be really cool. And I've told you about fondue and archery, right?
You might have, but my brain has been mushy lately.
Okay, well, the very first American Atheist I went to, a friend of mine, like I must have been second or third day, he comes up to me like around lunchtime and says, "Hey, later tonight, do you want to come with a bunch of us for fondue and archery?" And I was like, that seems like a very strange combination, but I like both of those things. So sure. But that was my mental process. Outside, I just said, yeah, all right, sounds like fun. And like the whole day, I'm sitting there going, man, fondue and archery, what an odd combination. And where do you even go to do archery in this town? That kind of thing, you know. And so dinner time rolls around and he comes up to me and he goes, okay, so you ready for fondue? And I said, yeah, sure. And he goes, and don't worry, like I said, our treat.
All right.
And
Oh.
so now every convention we go for fondue and archery, where he just treats me to fondue. You know, it's become a bit of a tradition. So
Yeah, I usually do a con in July and a con in October, and missing the one in July is gonna seriously hurt. Um,
go on.
well, it's partially because I do that to distract myself. Uh, it's July is just a bad month overall, and it's just something that I do to distract myself, and not having that is going to not be fun. But at the same time, I am not going to go to con because con means con crud, and con crud
Uh,
this year isn't a flu, it's or a cold, it's COVID. So not gonna do that.
yeah, you know, one of these days, I mean, I live in San Diego. I should go to Comic-Con. I never have. I've been to Norwestcon up in Seattle, but I've never been to Comic-Con, and it's right the fuck here. You know, I realize tickets are kind of expensive and hard to get. Like they sell out in 2 seconds. But I should totally go.
You should make the attempt to be on the website and see if you can beat anybody else to getting the tickets.
Well, that's what everybody's doing. So. But I'm not going
Yeah,
this year, obviously. I'm not even sure it's happening this year. So,
I hope they're smart enough to not have it this year.
well, you don't underestimate the stupidity of
Oh,
large groups.
oh, I know. We have a couple of cons going on in the next couple of months here in Florida, and I'm just like, really, y'all? Now, I can understand there's a couple of cons that have basically said, hey, we couldn't cancel, the venue wouldn't let us. Um, so we're still on the schedule, but we'd really, 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 really like it if you all just stayed home and we took the price of your ticket, and we can't refund it because we've obviously already paid for all of these things. But we can hold on to it for you for next year when it might be safer and you won't have to pay for next year's. Please stay home. That I can kind of understand. But there are people who are just like, well, the venue won't let us cancel, so we're going to hold it and we're going to try to keep you all safe. And it's like, there's no fucking way you can keep everybody safe. Just none. Don't do it.
Well, you know, I'm thinking that they should have one of these conventions, but it should be like primarily for people who like lost a court case and got sent to prison. It would be called Con.
Okay then.
You know, it struck me as a lot funnier in my head, and then I said it, and it wasn't that funny at all.
That happens.
I was thinking they could
Um,
hold it in Connecticut.
Well, you'd have to make sure that you had manners and everything, you know.
Okay. What, you have to have good conduct?
No, you had to have good etiquette
Yeah,
for the
which
con
is
etiquette. Yeah.
conduct, you see.
Say again.
Conduct.
Move beef.
You have to conduct yourself with good etiquette.
Yes. Yes.
There you go.
y'all can't see, well, now you can because I'm speaking, but y'all couldn't see me like shaking my head in the background.
Yeah, well.
Those were terrible.
Well, thank you for your constructive criticism.
Right.
Ah.
What? Come on.
Oh my. Okay, so
mean,
Con of the North has until
let's hope this
August.
doesn't turn into a flame war because I couldn't stand that kind of conflagration.
Yes.
I prefer if this discussion remain a bit more of a confab. Well, I mean, if we got into an argument and I lost any of you as friends as a consequence, well, I'd be rather contrite. I mean, it'd be so confusing. And I would need a lot of condolences. Okay, I'll stop conjuring up these bad bugs.
Amiga had said something, and now the message is retracted, so I didn't see it in time.
Oh.
Yeah, I know what it was, but I'm not. Oh, sounds like more like our dear leader in the GOP. I'm assuming that's in a comment on keeping the cons going.
Yeah, Balocose.
The problem is that unfortunately a good portion of Florida are hardcore Trumpites. There's a few who have kind of decided that, hey, maybe Trump is hurting me and maybe I should stop voting against my best self-interest, but that's not
So that's what,
a
about
big enough
three?
number.
There's about 3 of them?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I would say that about 30 to 40% of Florida's hardcore Trumpites.
That doesn't shock me.
Oh man, the picture I have in my mind is Bugs Bunny with the saw. If you've seen
That's
it,
really
listen.
non-specific.
If that happens, please let me out of here first.
Okay.
I love Florida, but I don't want to be disconnected from the rest of y'all. Let me grab Zaphod too. And
okay, and then Bugs
maybe
Bunny
it's
could
just
just
me,
saw
but
Florida
honestly,
off the rest of the continent.
If I could saw off all of Cascadia, I would.
Okay then.
Cascadia is where?
It's basically California, Oregon, and Washington State.
Okay.
Like, seriously, if we could just cleanlessly and seamlessly secede, I would push that button as hard as I can. It would crack the plastic. I would push it so hard.
Okay. Well, see, that's fair because people seem to be a little bit more reasonable out there. Look, I love Florida. It's my home, but I know it's trash. And if I had the choice between leaving Florida and joining the rest of the states and what Diana suggested, where Florida gets sawed off from the rest of the United States, I don't want to be stuck with just Floridians. I'd rather leave.
So leave, then.
I can't.
Oh, well, that changes things a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, like if it came down to life or death and I had absolutely no other choice, I could. But the moment my sister takes up residency anywhere other than Florida, she loses her insurance. Because it's state insurance, it's not federal. And it won't be federal for another 5 to 10 years.
Well, I mean, I was in a similar situation when I left Seattle, and it worked out just fine. I'm just saying.
Yeah. I don't know. It depends on what protections they have in place and whether or not I can convince my sister to go. Because basically, without insurance, she would probably cost about $1,000 a month.
Don't you guys already have protection in that state? I thought it was alligators. No one's attacking you with alligators. I'm just saying. Football. So, yeah.
I am totally amazed. I'm looking at the screen here, the watching screen, and it says we've got 8 people watching, and it's, yeah, like 4.5 hours since we started. You guys are
Yeah.
amazing. You know that?
And I
Well,
might get up.
yes,
I
of
might,
course I know that. I'm awesome.
I might go off soon because I have not eaten yet since I've gotten up, and I've been up for a while. I just wanted to check in 'cause I haven't been on streams a lot lately.
Oh my, oh my, oh my. Well, glad to have you, seriously. And it's good to know that you're back on streams. And as long as you can stay
Yeah.
there.
I'm wondering if it was just simply the tags or like my titles. I'm trying to figure out how to write my title so that people know what it is, but the bots don't catch on. Cause yeah, it was very frustrating to have things taken down 5 to 10 minutes in. Cause you can go back and get it reviewed, but what for? You have basically said, "Hi, folks, what you up to?" and then gotten cut off.
Yeah.
Was this just an error of some sort, or were you bad?
I wasn't bad. That's the thing. I didn't get a chance to be bad. I said absolutely nothing controversial. I just said, "Hey, how are y'all doing?"
Well, maybe that was the controversial part. Maybe they just don't like you saying y'all.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. I said, "Hey, y'all," starting off on the 2 streams that I did earlier that didn't get cut off.
Well,
YouTube
what
needs to
can I
make
tell
its
you?
mind up.
Well, okay, you have to open your programs like Mini Pearl. Okay, you just have to do that. The old howdy.
Oh,
What?
no.
What was that?
Oh, do you know the character Minnie Pearl, the Grand Old Opry? She would always open up with howdy. I can't do it the way it was really, really shrill the way she would do that.
You realize that in no way whatsoever would I ever be caught dead watching the Grand Ole Opry, right?
Aww. Not even for an
What?
educational value.
Isn't it like wall-to-wall hillbillies?
Pretty much.
Well, there's your answer.
I'm kind of in
I'm
agreement
saying.
here. I have enough hillbilly. No.
Yeah, hillbillies, not so much. Let's put it this way, Vermont rednecks were bad enough.
Oh, jeez. Okay, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Like, okay, a bit north of Burlington, Vermont, sort of let's say one town north of Winooski is Colchester, except everyone called it Skolchester because that's where the rednecks hung out and they all chewed skull tobacco, you see.
Mm.
So, yeah. It's a thing.
Okay.
I don't know. It was perhaps a bit on the mean side, but, well, you know, we were in high school.
That explains a lot.
Doesn't it just?
I don't think Kato's talking into a tin can.
No, I'm not.
In fact, her audio seems fine to me.
Seems fine to me too, but I'm hearing it coming right out of my face, so, you know, I'm a little biased.
I'm surprised that my fan is not being picked up more by my mic.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a fan blasting on me in the background because no AC.
I guess there's a tiny smidge of white noise, but it could have been dismissed as like line noise. So,
Yeah.
yeah. You know, it's funny. I wasn't really thinking about it. And goodness knows the person who gave me the funny look should have realized what was going on. But I was having a discussion about the protests, about Black Lives Matter, and all that stuff. And I forget exactly what I said, or exactly how the context came up. But I was talking about people's messaging and how it got to a point where it was nearly meaningless. And so what I had said was, well, it's all, at this point, it's all just white noise. And he was like, white noise? In the middle of Black Lives Matter, you're saying white noise? And I'm like, dude, come on.
Really?
That
Yeah.
one was pushing.
I mean, I was not even a little bit trying to be funny in any way. That's just a term. But the dude, like, he didn't lose it. He just gave me this look like, yeah, you just lost this argument.
Oh,
I
boy,
tend to
Shamoy.
stay far away from those posts of yours because I don't feel like dealing with the people.
Well, wait a minute. Do we know each other on Facebook? Because this was on Facebook.
Yep. You
Okay.
followed me on Facebook.
I can't keep track. I have like
I
3,000
understand.
Facebook friends.
Yeah, I completely understand. I didn't expect you to. And especially because I don't interact with you that much, I see where the conversation's going and I'm like, nope, I'm noping out. Nope, nope, nope.
Holy shit. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a post I made on Twitter. 584 retweets and more than 1,000 likes.
Oh, which one was that?
That was the "you are someone's reason to masturbate" meme.
Oh, jeez. I don't want to even think about that.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm quite convinced that when you get famous enough on the internet, someone somewhere has used you to have an orgy for one.
I understand that, and I don't disagree with that. With the fact that it might be true. I just no, I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, but I mean, having posted this, there's 189 comments on that post. I can't even sort through my Twitter right now because that shit went viral.
I'm
I
not surprised.
really, really wish I'd made this meme.
It's weird how your shit posts will be the ones that go viral too.
Well, I mean, like, I understand why this one went viral. It's mildly salacious, but you know, there are times I've said something clever where I just really wish that people would like retweet it and share it and all that stuff, and they don't. And I'm like, is the problem just that it's not that funny, or is the problem that people don't care, or what? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like that meme I made about how George Lucas is actually God. I thought that was clever, and nobody went for it.
I don't remember seeing that.
It was the one where he's a bearded man who created a galaxy. There's a father, a son, a ghost, good versus evil. Clearly, George Lucas is God.
Okay.
And I thought for sure that meme was going viral, but no one gave a toss. And I was so disappointed by that. I keep posting it all over the place whenever someone brings up anything vaguely Star Warsian that could, you know, this could apply to it. But still, I can't even find it on a Google image search. So
That's actually pretty good.
yeah, but no one cared enough to retweet it, and I'm unhappy.
Well, if I had seen it, I would have, but I didn't see it. I'm sorry.
Oh, you can't say that again without lying.
That is true.
Wondering if I even bought anything vaguely desserty. Oh wait, yeah, I did. I had that thing of Cracker Jacks earlier this morning.
Oh,
Like I went shopping and I told myself I will buy one bit of junk foodie anything, and I decided on Cracker Jacks. And it turns out that they don't put a prize in the box. Well, it's not even a box anymore now; it's a bag. They don't put a prize in. They put a little sticker that has a code that you can use to unlock vintage video games.
Oh,
That's the prize
gee.
in Cracker Jacks boxes now.
Is it even worth it?
Well, it depends on if you like vintage video games, I suppose.
I mean, there was a time when there was some really good shit in those boxes.
You make that sound like there was weed in there. And go buy some Cracker Jack. Like it's got some really good shit in there. You know, you roll it and you smoke, and hey, you got something right there for the munchies. Dude, it's like perfect, yeah?
There you go.
I don't know. That's just the way you sounded. Like that's where you were going with this. And I figured, what the hell, let's run with it. And you know the really tragic part? I actually am at the moment completely out of weed. I got none.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I don't really want to order any because the places you can do that from all insist on cash, which, as we mentioned before, I don't carry.
Why do they insist on cash?
I guess, like, what if someone buys the weed and then, I don't know, cancels their card or something? Reverses the charge? Something? I don't know. It's probably just a precaution of some sort. You know, they cancel the check. Do people even pay by check anymore? Except for like rent and stuff. Do they go out to a store and buy something with a check anymore?
A while back,
Ah.
about a month ago, I was actually behind someone in line at Squalmart who paid for her purchases with a paper check. And
Wow.
I stood there. I didn't know people did that shit anymore. And she smiled.
Your
Yeah.
your flabber was completely gasted.
You got it. Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, like I was also thinking about my first job a while ago, and when people would pay with credit cards and you had to get out that big device thing that would imprint your card info on the little sheet, you know, the click click back and forth thing. Yeah, and I was like, that's never going to happen again, is it? And I found myself strangely okay with it.
Oh my! And before that machine, there was another machine that used charge plates. These were aluminum rectangles with the numbers and everything else embossed into them, and you put it on a sort of semicircular machine. It looked like half a pie that swung over the base, if you will. You put the plate there, and then you put the receipt there, and you swing this thing over with the handle. I'd love to find one of these things. I'm going to look it up and see if I can show you what I'm talking about, because I'm certain
How
I'm
long
making no
ago was
sense.
that?
How long ago? Early
Yeah.
60s.
Yeah, okay, that's why I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm thinking of one of these jobby doos.
Right. I knew that's what you were speaking of.
I'm seeing something. No, that's not old enough.
Yeah, I remember those. They were still using them in the late 80s, early 90s.
What was this thing called? You said a plate thing?
A charger plate.
Oh, okay, there it is. Let's see. I don't see this half moon thing you're talking about. Oh, that's why. Because Google misunderstood plate. How do you spell that? Was it just
Charge.
plate or charge?
Charge a plate is what got me to it.
Oh, here we go. Okay. I'm seeing I'm not seeing the circular thing. I'm just seeing the plates.
Yeah, I'm looking for the circular thing. I'm gonna add some extra stuff. Machine. That didn't get me anywhere. That got me to
See, this is the only thing I can find that's even remotely similar to what you're talking about.
those are the plates. Yes.
Yeah.
And what I'm looking for is the machine that you used them on, and I'm not finding a picture of it.
Yeah, me neither. Oh, wait. No, that's something else entirely. Wait a minute. This thing you're talking about, did it look occasionally like not so much half a pie, but rather the back of a handheld mirror? Like,
Okay, that's not the one that they would have at May Company. I had a different one in mind, but yeah, that was a something or other that you used with these. I'm trying to see if I can find.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Oh, well. Nope, I definitely do not see anything that even remotely resembles what you're talking about, so. Part of the problem is you type in machine and you start getting all kinds of wacky stuff.
Yes, oscilloscopes and all this other garbage.
Oh, and sewing machines.
Yep. This is horrible that you can't. You have the plates all over the place, yes, but I'm just not seeing the machines. Damn it.
I'm seeing sort of a Kachunka thing with a lever on it, but that's probably not what you're talking about.
Can I see, please?
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Copy paste, you're just gonna say no. Are you looking?
I'm waiting to see.
Oh, so you're looking at it on the stream then and not actually
I'm
on...
looking at it on the inside chat thing, and
Oh,
all I'm seeing.
that's right. I forgot that I had not... I forgot that I had unpresented.
Okay.
That's what happened. There, that.
That is damn close. That is damn close.
Is it?
Yeah, the difference being that the thing that the handle was attached to was hinged, and it would flip back and over and back and over, but you had that handle, and you did the ka-chunk thing with the handle to do the imprinting. It's not exactly what I had in mind, but it's damn close.
What about that?
Okay, that's way off base again.
Okay. Well, I saw a handle. I figured, hey, maybe.
Yeah, you came darn close.
But I don't see anything else that's like what you're talking about.
Why?
Or I've seen it and I'm completely misunderstanding your description.
And they were all beige, by the way, in color.
Beige.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing about it.
Makes me remember this episode of Futurama where they had like the most bland, boring planet there was, and at one point instead of a red alert, they said condition beige.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at freaking museum sites, and the museum sites just have the cards.
I'm really pissed off that they don't have the imprinting machines.
Well, have you ever had one of those times where you're searching and searching and searching and searching on Google and you never find what you're looking for, but then you explain it to someone else and they just use terminology you never would have thought of, and there it all is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I'm sure that this is a case of it as well.
And I tried
Well-
using imprinter, like the full search was Charga plate imprinter, and that didn't work. So I put
Mhm.
lever, that didn't work. Wait a minute. Seeing something here that says new bold lever, but I don't think that's it. Nah, this is all the same stuff. There's like nothing new here.
Aw.
Let's try. No. Machine? Oh, well, let's try that. Problem is, again, machine brings up a lot of stuff that isn't it.
Wait a minute. Well, I'm gonna try going in sideways here.
I'm basically looking at history, like, because I thought it would bring up museums, but the museums, again, are just like, no, we have, like, all the cards, but we don't show the actual...
This is just weird. I tried just Charga machine and like leaving out the plate to see if maybe that reduced the, and I ended up finding chicken rotisseries and juicing machines and a car and like all kinds of wacky stuff that's not even remote. I mean, I'm finding pictures of fried chicken here.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So, well, apparently there's a kind of chicken, or maybe it's even just a completely other bird with a name that's spelled exactly this as Charga. And it's like steamed and deep fried chicken. Oh, apparently it's a type of spice or seasoning.
Okay,
And
then.
if I've accidentally spelled this wrong, you can tell me, but here.
All right.
Right? So, I
Yeah.
mean, that's what trying to improvise will get you.
Steamed and deep fried. I don't think I'd ever tried that. I've tried a number
Yeah.
of things with chicken, but not steaming it and then deep frying it.
I walked back into an odd moment.
Moo.
Why would you steam and then deep fry?
Why wouldn't you?
It just seems like an extra step. If I'm doing the extra step, it needs to actually do something. If it makes it juicier, I'm all for it, but
Wouldn't shock me if it did. Like first you steam it and that makes it nice and moist. Moist. And then you fry it, but the moisture's sealed in or something, and so it gets crispy on the outside, but stays nice and juicy on the inside. Juicy. Oh, yeah. Shut up, Clarion.
Pretty much.
Moist.
I'm not even gonna hint at what I'm thinking right now.
Well, I mean, I can't do it like the dude does it at movie night, where he puts that deep resonance into it. So I've got to go with that whispered,
Sean.
hinty bad girl.
Yeah, what are you
The
talking about?
girl who's always moist. It's the best I can do.
He and I have had voice wars on occasion.
Mmm.
Moist.
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute. Here I'm seeing but I'm not. I'm seeing the counters in the May Company, but I'm not seeing the machines. Damn it. I am very disappointed.
It's so
Oh.
odd that you can't find the actual machine.
Yeah, you
Even
can
in museums.
you can find the stuff that was used for the rectangular credit cards. You know, back
Well,
when I
that's
was.
more recent, but yeah.
Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it. Sorry, someone in Seattle was apparently the victim of domestic abuse, and I can't find out who.
Oh no. Domestic abuse is never a good thing.
I mean, like seriously, people are saying, "Oh, I can't believe I'm crying so much," and everyone's like, "I have no words," this, that, and the other thing, and I'm like, not one of these 20 fucking people who commented are actually saying what happened to who. Oh, it's frustrating.
Alright. It is midnight. I am gonna go and get some food. So I will talk to y'all later. Have fun.
Well,
Here
you
we
be
go.
good and you have
You-
fun and stuff and things and things and stuff and things will stuff.
Yeah, and I am currently working on a project, and now that I can live stream, I'm debating just live streaming it instead of going through the
Oh
effort
no.
of editing.
Huh? What?
Oh no. It's him?
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Is this somebody you know?
Yeah, I mean, not someone I know very well, but yeah.
Ouch, I'm sorry.
Fuck. There's an article, and it does not say a name. Oh, damn it. And it's like, seriously, it says a 42-year-old woman was killed Monday afternoon in a domestic violence shooting in the Ravenna neighborhood, police said. Officers responded to a 911 call around 1:40 p.m. The call reported a man with a gun. When the officers arrived and went inside the house, they found the woman with a gunshot wound. Medics declared her dead at the scene. Police began searching for a person of interest in the shooting who the victim had previously dated. Shortly after, police got a call about a man with a self-inflicted gunshot wound on a bench in the 2300 block of Arboretum Drive East in Montlake. Police determined he was the person of interest. He was transported to Harborview Medical Center, Harborview, no one likes it, with life-threatening injuries. Officials are continuing to investigate. Not a name anywhere in the fucking article. Ugh, damn it. But yeah, I don't know who Charlie Wilkinson is, but apparently he's the other dead dude. Except neither of these are women, so who the frick? I have no idea what's going on, and I'm completely out of the loop.
Frustrating, yes.
But yeah, at least one of them is someone I totally know, and that sucks. All right, well. Oh, by the way, did you know that Carl Reiner just died?
Yes. Yeah, I put that up on Twitter as soon as I saw it in Variety. At least it wasn't COVID. Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess he just died in his sleep or something like that. He was no kid, gods. He was what, 98 years
Oh,
old.
here's a name. Finally. Roxana. That can't be who I think it is. Can't be. Okay, well, we have 55 mutual friends. Please say there's pictures of you on here. Okay, those are children. I'm pretty sure it's not you. Ah, quit jumping around. Oh. Oh, if that's who I think it is, we are not friends. So, okay. Oh, that makes it easier on me.
Okay then.
Yeah, I only vaguely know you. Okay. Okay. Wait, is that a picture of the Mercury? It looks vaguely like it. Well, regardless. All right. Phew, I guess. Is it okay to take relief from the fact that the tragedy doesn't hit you too hard, even though it hits other people?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it is you feel the relief.
Yeah. But it does seem a little callous. I don't know.
I don't know, what are you supposed to do? Burst into tears over everybody that dies? You never stop crying.
I don't know. Sometimes I think it's weird how few people's deaths have got me to the crying stage. And it's also weird how many of them are celebrities rather than actual personal friends.
I kind of get you at the beginning of that one. Yeah, the last part of it, not so much, but really, there's only one person that's got me to crying. Or at least as hard as I did.
Well, I think the one that hit me hardest, honestly, was Marie Fredrickson.
Okay, then.
I'm guessing you don't know who that is.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
It's Roxette.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's funny to me how many people think that's like her name or her stage name rather than the name of the band.
Okay. No, but even when I think of, members of the family and anything else, if you want to call it a family, no, the death that hit me the hardest was Jeff's. Eye strikes.
Yeah. I figured that part out. Kind of wish I'd known him better. Apparently we knew each other on some level. We'd met at conventions and we're Facebook friends still. But, I mean, I really didn't know him that I can recall.
He was an absolute sweetie. Oh, scheisse. It kind of hits me too in the sense that, I mean, he was here 2 days before he died. He sat in the chair I'm sitting in right now. No, I'm sorry, not this chair, a different chair, but a chair that performed the same function. What is to do on that thing for you? And
I'm I got distracted by a meme that was just horrid. Yeah, well, you know.
Moo.
Starting to think it might be time to head. I need to, like, do other things for a while.
Okay.
Well, I'm
She's
getting-
bored of me.
I'm getting tired. Very tired.
Well, it's got to be about that time. I mean, we've only been at this for 5 hours.
Only.
Only. Well, you came by a little less than an hour before showtime, so you and I have been talking here for 6 hours.
Yeah. I'm tired.
And I'm surprised that anybody can put up with 6 hours of me, you know.
Well, the thing is, though, that they get to hear me talk.
Yeah, okay. And that I keep telling you, you know, the only reason they're coming here is you. Right? Yeah, so maybe it's about time to start wrapping things up. Yeah, let you do your stuff, and I'm starting to fade into the west, and gonna need a little bit of sleepy buys and all that stuff, and then I can start doing stuff, place my orders, boil some rocks, and yeah.
Yeah.
I will not be boiling any cats.
No.
No.
Although if I take a really hot bath, I'll skip that.
Oh, speaking of, that's something I haven't done in quite a while. I have not had an actual bath in quite a while. I just don't do those very often. It's all showers.
Well, you know, if I ever get like uber rich, I'm going to make sure that there is a bathtub that fits all of you at once, or at least up to the neck at once, so that you can, like, you're not constantly having to choose between having the water at your waist and your knees covered, or your knees up out of the water and soaking your torso.
Okay, then.
You know, I mean, why do they do that? I suppose in a way it must be like a safety thing. You can't drown yourself in a tub that small. I don't know.
Well, you can drown yourself in an inch of water if you do it right.
Yeah,
Oh,
well.
Purple, you've got one of those. I lived in a place like that years ago that did not have a tub. All it had was a shower stall. Yeah. So, you know, you didn't pour the lavender stuff into the water and soak in there, and yeah, I bought that bottle of lavender bubble bath and I only used it once. I have to do
Well.
something about that.
In any case, I am going to take.
Well, okay, great having you here, and love it every time, and you know, just shut up now, and take care, hon, and Sunday, if not sooner, huh?
Yep.
Yay!
Have fun. Don't get, in too much trouble.
Yeah, we try. Take care, honey.
Bye-bye.
Yay! And then there we are. Let us see if we can do some little things here. Just go over to channel 2. So there's only one of me, and you're not looking at my ugly mug twice. Oh my it's, it's 20 after midnight here in the Eastern time zone. It's amazing how the time flies when you're doing all this stuff. And, well, it's amazing. Well, that's just the way it goes, and it's a beautiful thing that it does. And I want to thank all of you who are here. And I want to thank all of you who are not here. And were it not for you, I wouldn't be here doing this stuff. So you can blame yourselves for that, okay, guys? And I love every minute of it. So thank you, every one of you. And to close out, I guess I'll pretty much say, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.